Hey, now's my time. Now's my time. God, I've been wanting to use that thing for years now. It works. All right. Good morning, everyone. It is, what are we, 8:31 here. So let's go ahead and get started. So I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Friday, June 13, 2025. And if I could have maybe Commissioner McNinch lead us in the pledge. To the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible. All right, thank you. And if I could have the department take a roll call, please. Here.
Vice Chair Young, Commissioner Barn,
Here.
Commissioner Booth,
Here.
Commissioner Bourne,
Here.
Commissioner Caviglia, Commissioner Keel, Commissioner McNinch, Commissioner Walker.
Here. All right, thank you for that. And if I could have any county advisory board members in attendance today, if I could have you please stand up and maybe come to the mic. We've got a lot of folks on Zoom today as well. So any county advisory board in attendance, if you would please step up to the mic, identify yourself.
Worth Nelson, Lander.
Dan Gilbert, Vice Chair of the Clark County CAB.
Jim Cooney, Elko.
Chrissy Pope, Nye.
Justin French, Elko. Steve Marcus, White Pine. Joe Krim, Pershing.
Lynn Bunch, Mineral.
Brian Hooper, Humboldt.
Wyatt Mesna, Elko.
Sean Marshall, Elko CAB.
Joel McConnell, Elko.
All right, thank you for that. How about any county advisory board members via Zoom today?
Tim Glenner, Douglas County.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. We will move on, excuse me, to agenda item number 2. This is public comment period, informational. Public comment period will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So with that, is there any public comment here in Elko today?
Good morning. George Forbush, representing the Nevada Predators Hunting Association. I'm going to start with public comment because I want to lay down some groundwork in reference to what we're going to be talking about later on the agenda on the thermals for that's going to affect fur bearers and unprotected species. So I gave you guys some information on some NRSs. As some of you may know, some of you may not, I'm former law enforcement, so I have some experience in arrests and things of that nature. So there's a few reasons why the proposed regulation is not highly enforceable. First, the laws of arrest on misdemeanor crimes are restrictive, and the scope of an arrest or creation of any regulation is restricted to the laws of or regulations concerning wildlife. So on your first page, you'll see I gave you NRS 289 on game wardens and on the commission. You guys are pretty much regulated to pretty much wildlife, and the game wardens can only enforce wildlife laws or anything involving Chapter 488. And therefore, the regulations that come out of this committee need to reflect that as well, correct? So, unfortunately, for all misdemeanors, no matter what it is, under NRS 171136, and this applies to all law enforcement, it says this, the following. If the offense charged is a felony or gross misdemeanor, the arrest may be made any day, made on any day and at any time of day or night. However, number two, if it's a misdemeanor, the arrest cannot be made between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. except for the following. Right there, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. is going to be that time frame when people are out using thermals, whether they're illegally using them to look at big game or whether they are legally using them to hunt coyotes. So what that means is during that time frame, they're going to be limited to make an arrest upon the following conditions. A, upon the direction of a magistrate endorsed upon with a warrant, when the offense is committed in the presence of an arresting officer, so they're going to have to see it. When the person is found and the arrest is made in a public place or a place that is open to the public and there's a warrant of arrest against the person and the misdemeanor is discovered because there was probable cause for the arresting officer to stop, detain, or arrest the person for another alleged violation or offense. Okay. And then it also continues on. D, when the offense is committed in the presence of a private person and the person makes an arrest immediately after the offense is committed. So a private person can make that arrest. And then E is when the arrest is made in the manner provided in RS 171137, which is domestic batteries, which doesn't apply to this. When the person is already in custody as a result of another lawful arrest, so that's an ad booking, or G, when the person surrenders himself when they have a warrant. Okay. So the problem with this is if a warden is not equipped with thermal or night vision technology of their own to view the misdemeanor offenses or view the offense by other means within their presence, they cannot legally enforce the proposed regulation. A warden cannot enforce the regulation if a private citizen did not see the violation or did not make an immediate arrest after witnessing the violation. And the violator also needs to be positively identified. So moving on, let's talk about gross misdemeanors. A gross misdemeanor, on the other hand, is a crime that is punishable by a fine of up to $2,000 and gives you 364 days in jail. But it can be made, the rest on a gross misdemeanor can also be made anytime, day or night. All right. If you also get a gross misdemeanor, it increases the statute of limitations from a year to 2 years. So there's some major benefits to making this a gross misdemeanor and making it an actual law that's effective. Okay, so what does this mean in general concept here? If I had a beer in my hand right now and I cracked it open and I drank it and there was an Elko PD officer right here in the room and they saw me do it, under their municipal code, that would be a violation. They could charge me based on them seeing it. If that officer all of a sudden had to go do a donut run and he left and I did it in front of you, then you guys could charge me with it when he came back. Okay. Now on another hypothetical scenario, let's say the lights go out. It's pitch dark in here. Nobody can see. I sit in my chair, I crack a beer open, I drink it, nobody sees it, I don't get caught. And I did it right in your presence, but you couldn't see it, so you can't enforce it. You can't say anything about it, right? This meeting is being recorded on Zoom. If I did that and nobody wants to take any action on that right now, and 3 days later somebody does, and I'm at home because the offense wasn't immediate, there was no immediate arrest, and because I'm at home and it's after 7 p.m., an officer can't just come to my house and take action on that. Okay. Problem with that is misdemeanors make it, there's all these parameters and the conditions are just, they're always moving. Okay. And the law does not benefit the game wardens, and the circumstances on how to affect this regulation properly doesn't benefit them either. But if you make it a gross misdemeanor, it's going to help. Now, how do we get there? We obviously have to go to the legislature. I know that's nothing you guys can fix right now, but the problem is the enforceability. And I'm bringing that to you guys' point because the subcommittee specifically said that if there was going to be a problem enforcing it, you guys weren't going to push it. And that's how I'm seeing this. You have an enforceability issue right now. Okay. The other problem that you have is I've talked to Chief Knight. You don't have the staffing. You have wardens that are working predominantly day shift. You have a county in White Pine that doesn't have a game warden right now. Lincoln County has one. So if we pass any regulation and you don't have the staff and people aren't doing anything to be out there to find people, it's going to be hard to enforce.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment here in Elko? Yeah, if you have public comment, don't be bashful. Come on up.
My name is Sage Morai. I'm a licensed master guide and outfitter here in the state. I want to talk about both the thermal ban as well as the trail camera ban. I support ethical hunting practices. The thermal regulation is honestly catered towards cutting out the use of thermals for big game hunting. We know that we want to restrict it during the big game season. There's already laws on that. We're just adding a law that's going to make a bunch of law-abiding predator hunters. Those are the ones that are going to stop using the thermals. All of we got hundreds of guys out there that are absolutely addicted to predator hunting. We've spent a bunch of money, the state has, controlling predators. We got a bunch of guys doing it for free. They've invested a bunch of money using the thermal technology. I don't know. I just don't think it's right that we strip all these predator hunters from a hobby, something they enjoy in the best time of the year. The coyote hunting season, hands down, the best in the fall. Everyone knows that. That's when people are out and about doing it, and we're trying to push this law for the guys that are already using them illegally. And I don't think it's going to stop the guys that are currently using them to hunt, find, scout, locate big game animals. I just don't see any stopping. To me, it kind of reminds me of these gun control laws that were kind of pushing for people that are using guns illegally. They're still going to use them illegally. We're going to have the exact same problem. We're going to have a bunch of guys stop using thermals for all of our predator control. They're going to continue, the guys that are using them right now, they're going to continue to use them for the big game hunting. We got to figure out a way to enforce the use of illegal thermal activity, not restrict the use of legal thermal activity. Trail cameras, kind of tired of the trail camera thing. If you guys want to restrict them to have them pulled by the end of June, beginning of July, just get rid of them. It's pointless for us. We run more cameras, or as many cameras as anyone. They're a super handy tool. Love them for scouting. I don't think that they're that effective. It means that the guides and outfitters, I think they're the ones that are using them the most. They're also the ones that are going to be out and about in the hills the most. I think the trail camera ban restricts the guys that aren't out all the time. They have a tool there that they can put out and get their scouting done. We're lucky. We get paid. We get to go out all summer. We're still going to be doing that. We still get to put boots on the ground. We still get to go and look. So I think it's got to be one or the other. We leave it how it is up till the season starts, August 1st, or we just get rid of them altogether, because it's truly pointless. Elk aren't done growing. Deer aren't done growing. And then I want to talk about the elk numbers. I know you guys are talking about possibly increasing elk numbers today. I get to spend a lot of time in the field, hundreds of days every year. Our state is begging for more elk. We got a lot of countries not touched by elk, begging for more numbers. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Daniel Goodwin. Pretty much going to say exactly what you said, but I'm going to read it anyways. I'm a lifelong hunter, U.S. Army veteran, and small business owner in Battle Mountain. I'm here today to strongly oppose the proposed seasonal ban on thermal optics. As you stated, the ban is meant to prevent thermal devices from being used illegally to scout big game. But that behavior is already illegal, and we need to do more to enforce the regulations. We already have a lot of regulations on the books, such as NRS 503.010 subsection 3. It is illegal to locate big game using aircraft, including drones, then hunt within 24 hours of landing. Subsection 4 makes it illegal to use that information for hunting. We also have NAC 503.148, which bans the use of aircraft and drones to scout big game. I know it's not related, but it'll get there. NAC 503.1485 further restricts the use of transmitting trail cameras during that same period. And the most relevant to this proposal is CGR R035-20, which was adopted into the Nevada Administrative Code. It states, any person shall not use night vision equipment, electronically enhanced light gathering devices, thermal imaging devices, infrared, night vision equipment, or any other comparable equipment to locate, observe big game mammals for the purpose of hunting. So thermals are already prohibited for locating big game. It's a year-round rule. So if the law already exists, why are we proposing to ban thermals instead of enforcing laws that are already on the books? The new regulation would hurt any of the people who are following the law while doing nothing to stop those who are not. And enforcement is not as complicated as it's being made out to be. If someone's using a thermal optic at night in an area where they hold a tag, I imagine it's not hard to figure out whether they are really hunting predators or trying to scout game illegally. I imagine game wardens have access to that data, who has tags in what areas. They know who drew what. So if a hunter's out in the area with a tag during their hunting time, I imagine they're not hunting coyotes, right? So a much better solution would be to restrict thermal use only for those who hold tags within that specific unit while they are while their tags are active. They would be easy to implement and enforce, and it would also avoid punishing every other lawful hunter who is using thermal optics for predator control. And then he already talked about everything else I was going to say. So I'm going to submit this, but that's all I have to say on that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment here in Elko?
My name is Andrew Hewitt. I'm out of Winnemucca, Nevada. Morning, Eddie Booth. I'm here to talk about a little bit different concept on this thermal discussion. I've been pretty adamant about hunting thermals in the state for about 5 years now. 90% of my hunting is on private land. I attended the CAB committee in Winnemucca last week, the week before. The game warden that was present told us that this law is going to be imposed on all public land in the state of Nevada and all private land that is not marked in the state of Nevada. I hunt for about 6-7 ranchers in Humboldt County, stretching from Dixie Valley to the Oregon border, Battle Mountain to Lovelock. I hunt about 35,000 acres of private land, and I put down about 180 coyotes a year. With that comes about 500,000 acres of BLM grazing rights. Those cattle that I protect on that private land are turned out to grazing land in the seasons that you guys are proposing to ban this. So we really need to evaluate how that's going to affect the Nevada cattlemen, how that's going to affect our local ranchers, our beef production. We need to think about this on a broader spectrum than not being able to control whether or not a guy is using thermal for big game hunting. It's a bigger problem than the game wardens are seeing and being able to enforce this or what their issue is. We have the laws on the books. Daniel, he talked about we can't fly planes, we can't fly drones within 48 hours, whatever the regulation is on before you go hunting. So why don't we ban the use of airplanes during hunting season time? Why don't we ban the use of drones for the guy that's flying his drone over real estate because he has a realtor's license and he's trying to sell real estate? We don't go above and beyond the law that we already have in place. We don't ban aircrafts completely over the state of Nevada because some guy might break the law. We enforce the laws we have on the books. We give our law enforcement officers the tools they need. We find it in the Nevada budget to do so. We give them the tools they need to do their jobs. This is what it comes down to, is unenforceable laws that are on our books right now because the law enforcement officers we have, which are understaffed to begin with, don't have the tools they need to do their job. We get them the tools they need to do their job, they can start enforcing the laws we have on the books. If we give that a shot and it doesn't work, we regroup and we talk about this again. But they can't enforce the laws they have on the books today. Let's start there. This is crazy that we go straight to making a decision on lawful hunting of a predator animal that has no regulations in the state of Nevada. We need to think about this a lot more than just throw a blanket law out there that affects hundreds of guys in the state of Nevada. Thank you for your time.
Anything.
My name is James Richards. Gonna say everything that's already been said, but we'll do it anyways. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed seasonal ban on thermal hunting. While I do understand the desire to protect the integrity of big game hunting and prevent unfair technology advantages for that, this is missing the target for predator hunters in the state. The majority of the Nevada counties currently allow night hunting. 3 have recently approved the use of them because at a local level, they are seeing an issue that they wanted to address. Thermal equipment has become one of the most effective tools for predator hunters. They are pretty difficult to do in the daylight. The thermal technology certainly helps us protect all of the big game species, livestock, all of that. It's also very important not to ignore the critical benefit. Responsible hunters are in the field during big game service, and they serve as a deterrent against abuse. If someone tries to poach big game using their thermal gear, law-abiding predators who know the difference between the ethical use and illegal activity are often the first ones out there, and they can witness it. Removing them from the landscape during these peak months do not solve the misuse problem. It removes the people that are most invested in keeping the system honest. Most of these, well, all of us guys are out here doing this on our own. We're volunteering our time, resources, effort, money to support the predator management in Nevada. We protect Nevada's wildlife, Nevada's livestock interests. And now with the federal grant funding, everything's being cut. We don't know when it's going to be back. We're doing it on our own dime. You guys aren't trying to finance us. This proposal does not stop the poachers. It punishes all the law-abiding sportsmen and women who are actively contributing to conserve Nevada's wildlife and being responsible land stewards. If we move forward with this ban, we will not be protecting Nevada's big game. We will be removing effective predator control during the exact months when predators are doing the most damage. Nevada's wildlife, livestock producers, and rural communities certainly deserve better. And then I also have a letter here that was emailed by one of my partners. He's a sheriff's deputy out of Mineral County. He emailed it to you, but I'm sure you guys had a copy.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Joe Blakesley. I'm speaking for myself, but kind of for the Trappers Association as well. About the thermal stuff, the months that you're talking about banning the thermal overlaps with the trapping season. The whole concept has been about coyotes, but we actually have a season for bobcats from November through February. And to ban the thermals takes away a tool from another season. So there's a conflict there on the fur bearer seasons. Bobcats are a huge predator of big game animals. I was involved in a study in 1974 at the Desert Range Experiment Station where we had 55 antelope fawns that we monitored. The bobcats killed 36 of them in the first 2 weeks. The coyotes got one, the eagles got one, and every other one died. We couldn't prove that they were killed by predators, but just the fact that 36 out of 55 antelope fawns were killed by bobcats indicates that, that's a significant predator. I've seen a lot of deer that have been killed by bobcats during my time in the field, but anyway, this conflicts with the season with another group of sportsmen. So thank you.
Greetings, Commissioner and Chairman. Bryce Green for the record. I'm going to speak in regards to thermals today, obviously. This entire legislative change is built upon one extremely faulty presupposition. And that presupposition is that bad guys stop doing bad things when you pass laws. This supposition is faulty because bad guys don't care about laws. In reality, you criminalize the good guys. So, if you are planning to ban thermals during big game season, you might as well ban some other stuff too. You might as well ban the carrying of a rifle outside city limits during big game season because people poach during the daytime too. And if someone has a rifle in their car, they are certainly a criminal with the intent to poach, right? While we're at it, let's ban trapping during the big game season too, because what stops someone from placing a large trap in a deer trail and poaching one that way? With this emerging technology discussion going on, I find myself thanking God that glass scopes and foothold traps were not invented during a time of such unreasonable governmental overreach, or else they too would be seen as tools to make the poacher's life easier and would surely need to be regulated and banned in response. Everything that can be used for good can be used for bad. The irony is that poaching deer in Nevada is really, really bad because we don't have many deer, and we can't afford to lose them to poachers, right? But I guess we can afford to lose them to predators through preventing night hunters, the most efficient coyote hunters, from hunting during the entire big game season. You are guaranteed to lose more deer to coyotes in comparison to how many you would have lost if you just let us hunt. The average coyote kills 25 deer in its lifetime. So let's do the math on that. Hundreds of less coyotes being killed each season equals a lot more dead deer. Some additional irony is that by discouraging and preventing night hunting entirely, you have less good guys in the field at night. You know, the good guys with state-of-the-art military-grade night vision and thermal technology capable of recording the idiots who do try to poach deer. This exact point is the point that convinced the Lander County Commission to allow us to thermal hunt at nighttime. So, ask these men behind me why they coyote hunt, and you'll get a myriad of reasons. Maybe one man does it for the challenge. Maybe there's a rancher over here who wants to protect his cattle. Maybe this guy wants to do his part in protecting the deer numbers, and maybe this guy can only hunt at night because of his job. And so, I have a genuine question for the committee today. Do you think of me as a criminal? The good men behind me, do you think of them as criminals? Because if you vote yes on this issue today, you are saying with your vote that we are criminals. And for the service that we have done so freely in the past, we deserve criminal charges and a revoked hunting license. And so with that said, we ask so passionately today that you completely reject this outlandish and illogical proposition to restrict our lawful use of thermal technology. Thank you, commissioners.
All right. Any other public comment here in Elko?
How's it going? My name is Johnny Kellogg. I'm a licensed master guide in the state of Nevada, and I want to comment on the trail cam ban. I believe as a commission or a wildlife board, you guys have two clients to look after. That would be wildlife and the general public. Right now, well, with that being said, if a law is going to be changed or implemented, it needs to lean towards wildlife. The way the trail camera law is right now is the best for everybody. It's the best for wildlife, and it is the best for the general public. Originally making the law was to mostly stop hunter conflict. By getting rid of them on August 1st, you do that because there's not trail cameras in the field during the hunting season. Animals still move. We still have to hunt them, but we know that they're there. How trail cameras benefit wildlife is that we understand what's on the mountain and we know what to hold out for. And by banning cameras, you lose that knowledge and it hurts H class because of it. As a fact, it's been proven. Arizona had a knee-jerk reaction and banned trail cameras completely, and their deer H class in the Arizona Strip is hurting. You ask outfitters down there, they will tell you that is a fact. Because an older H class animal is going to die in the winter, but another deer gets killed by a hunter. There could have been a 230-inch deer there, and they didn't kill it because they didn't know about him. And there's a 3 or 4-year-old 200-inch deer that a hunter is not going to let walk past him. Now 2 deer died that year instead of 1. It directly hurts H class, specifically in sheep hunting. In sheep hunting, animals move a ton. We still understand they're on the mountain. Again, we have to go find them and hunt them, but we know that there's a 10-year-old ram that's old and broomed and awesome, and he's going to die of old age that winter. But when we're hunting, there's a 7-year-old ram in front of us that's long and pretty and not chipped up, and he's a big ram. You're not going to let that ram walk away. He's going to die. By the end of the year, there's 2 rams that died. So the trail camera ban, in my opinion, it's a terrible thing, and it's going to hurt age class. By doing that, it hurts the animals and it hurts the hunters. And right now, the way the law is set is great. It's best for everybody. I don't think they needed to be ran through hunting seasons, but I ask you to leave it the way it is.
All right. Any other public comment here in Elko? All right. See no additional public comment here in Elko. How about on Zoom?
Hi, this is Tim Wilson from the Carson City Cab. And I just wanted to let you know I was here watching online. I also, our cab looked at the thermal issue. We are against that regulation, mostly for the same reason as the previous commenters. We think it will be detrimental to predator hunting, and it's unenforceable. In addition, we'll probably have some comments later in the day on the Lewis appeal. Thank you.
Hello, this is Chris Hall with Western Wildlife Adventures. We've been hunting in Elko County for over 30 years, and I want to give our full support on alternative number 3 when you guys are starting to talk about the elk populations in Elko County. We also represent the hunting program at the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch, and they are in support of alternative number 3 as well. So I'd like you guys really consider that and increase the opportunity to pursue better and bigger quality animals in that Elko County. Thank you.
Hello. I hope you guys can hear me. Anyways, my name is Neil, and I am a Nevada resident. I do live in Washoe County, so I don't do a lot of predator hunting at all. However, I did want to go ahead and express my opposition to the ban on night observation devices, whether it be night vision or thermal, hereby referred to as NODs, for any and all animals in Nevada between July 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. I'm a longtime hunter. I'm a Nevada resident. I want to thank Warden Christy Knight and all of her employees for doing so much to protect one of our most valuable resources here in Nevada. My question would be, why would you take a valuable law enforcement tool away from the wardens? I feel that no one is above the law, and it would be unfair to the wardens to not use NODS technology and unfair to the public if they do. Remember, poachers and hunters that break law are animals in and amongst themselves, and they should be hunted and prosecuted. The use of NODS technology by criminal means is easy to determine, as stated by previous folks here. It's very different when you have a predator hunter and their actions as opposed to a big game hunter. My second point is increasing the number of laws without enforcing the effective laws is ineffective. Let's take, for example, when people in a speed limit zone and they're speeding, the solution is not to simply lower the speed limit further. The solution is to enforce the existing law with increased punishments. That, in effect, is how you change human behavior. I also want to point out that by removing legitimate night hunting predator hunters, you would reduce the amount of witnesses who are out there to see criminals using NODS technology for big game hunting. I remind the board that the vast majority of poachers and violators are through eyewitness accounts. Why would you remove all the witnesses from an area that will surely assist in the apprehension of the criminals? It is clear that predator hunters are there to protect big game, and they would be a valuable ally and resource that would be lost with this new provision. And finally, most predators hunt at night. There was a 2020 National Institutes of Health study titled Circadian Activity Patterns of Mammalian Predators and Prey in Costa Rica. And they found that the vast majority of predators hunted at night. Unfortunately, I can't show you the graph I have here, but it pretty much shows that the coyotes are out at night 75% of the time. Why would you take that away from the ranchers and farmers to protect their livelihood? In short, or in summary, by banning the use of thermal technology would increase the criminal uses of the technology. I mean, heck, look at how well banning drugs has worked. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, this is Joe Crawford with the Lion Cab. I just wanted to make sure that I checked in. The Lion Cab also opposes the restrictions on the thermal imaging because of the time frames that were identified. We don't believe that this ban is going to help in a situation that is already being done illegally. It's just going to make it more restrictive for the people that are out there hunting correctly and following the regulations. Thanks for your time. Bye.
Hi, my name is Rich Gonzalez, and I'm calling in from out of state to oppose the thermal ban. I'm sure I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but anyways, I travel through Nevada for over 20 years now, hunting predators and coyotes. And with that being said, I've been checked 3 times actually by the wardens in the daylight, and it was welcoming. I come out of a coyote standing there behind my truck. We have a little chat. They thank me for hunting, and I thank them for their duties, and we go about our business. But I drive on average and hunt 2 times a month easily out of state, and an average of 800 to 1,500 miles on those trips. So with that being said, during the night hours, having allowed to be hunting thermal and night vision, it maximizes my fuel time, my fuel mileage, and the money I've spent on fuel being able to hunt at night. And what I'm calling to tell you guys is the commission and the wardens that we are on your team. We're on the same team. We are your eyes and ears out there at night. I've never been checked at night. I've never seen a game warden at night. So I would ask that you guys would actually rely on us, passionate predator hunters. You and I both know that there isn't a guy that's standing in that room or on this Zoom call that gives a rat's ass about a 200-inch buck. We're not in it for that. We're in it because of the passion of chasing predators and what we love to do. So we know it's an enforcement issue. You guys know it's an enforcement issue. With that being said, I would ask that you would respect everybody else's time that they have put in this, along with the coyote contest, calling in people, leaving work to come and be in your presence. It's because we care about what we are doing, and we want to continue to do that. We are lawful citizens. We have a lot of money tied up in thermal imaging, suppressors, night hunting rigs. This is stuff that's self-funded, and you could outfit your fish and game officers with thermal. They do it in Utah. I don't see why you guys just don't support thermals all the way around. And I mean, if you look down your agenda list, you actually have a mule deer fawn study that is funded for $123,000 in this agenda. With that being said, do you think those numbers are going to be for the good or the bad if you take thermal hunting away from us during any time of the year? So please, if there's any commissioners out there or anybody on this panel that is uneducated in thermal, I would invite you to come out and hunt with me. I would love to schedule anything. Gladly take any of you out and show you what this is really about. If you're unsure of it, I don't think that you guys can even possibly vote on something that you don't know about. So if you are more than willing to come and learn, I'm more than willing to come and teach you.
Hi, my name is Al Morris, and I just wanted to say how much I'm opposed, and I hope you are opposed to the thermal ban. You guys in Nevada like to tout your North American wildlife model, and the guys that are out there with thermals at night hunting in Nevada are doing you guys a favor. They're promoting that North American wildlife model by getting after those predators, and we spend a lot of money coming from out of state to hunt Nevada. And you guys as a commission, you guys as a wildlife commission, the important roles you guys have, don't ban contests, don't ban thermal. Let these guys and gals that go out and help the state of Nevada and help the residents of Nevada with their wildlife populations. Let us keep doing what we've been doing, and we do it for free. And we don't ask for much, just to respect you guys that we can continue to do what we free Americans love to do. Thank you for your time.
Yes, this is Larry Staley, Southern Nevada resident. I too oppose the trail camera ban, as well as the ban on thermal. As many people stated, another analogy I like to give is the drunk drivers. If all of a sudden the Nevada legislature came out and said, we have an increase in fatalities happen at nighttime, guess what? We're going to make it against the law for all citizens in Nevada, including travelers through the Nevada, that they can't drive at nighttime. There'd be absolute uproar and everything else like that. So mass punishment doesn't help anybody. It just hurts those of us, like Bryce said, that are out there doing something, and you're going to make us turn into criminals. And as he stated, all of us on Zoom, all of us there in the meeting, we're not criminals. We're here providing a service. We're out there in the field. As Richard Gonzalez said, you should be using us as your eyes and ears, because we do have the technology and the ability to go out and find these people. As stated, these season dates are during primetime coyote season. Coyote numbers are at all-time high in the fall and early winter. And we're out there just doing a service that is helping control these predators. If you do allow this ban to happen, guess what? What if you had some Joe Schmo hiker that's out there and he's got a pistol on his side and it's got a thermal optic on it, and a game warden stops him and he gets a citation and gets all this stuff? Guess what? You've just opened yourself up for legal liability, because he has a right to protect himself under the Second Amendment, and he can have whatever optic he wants on there. And the state of Nevada doesn't want any kind of lawsuits against the Second Amendment. So I can tell you that there'd be open lawsuits there and some issues as far as that goes. The only thing I ask, that you are a public committee, and I, just based off of what's going on here, I ask and urge you to go with what the public comment is and deny and oppose all of these the trail camera ban, as well as the thermal ban. I like trail cameras. I like going out. I take my boys, my wife and kids, and go out on the weekends, and we live far away from the areas we like to go to. So this limits the opportunity I have to get out in the field to find where I want to try and hunt for the season. So anyway, I oppose both the thermal ban as well as the trail camera ban. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, or actually good afternoon. I am actually calling from sunny Florida and taking time out of my family trip. This is Lou Benetti, member of Nevada Predator Hunting Association. Besides of what everybody has said, I hope you guys get the message that we are out there. We're predator hunters. The time ban that you're looking to ban these is the best time to obviously go out and help with predator hunting. Most of you on the board, from what I've heard since I've been doing this, want to increase deer population. if you were to ban this, this would probably hurt deer population. Deer or coyotes obviously come out in the evening. That's the time that we go out and hunt them. Like the gentleman said earlier, I've never even thought of using my thermal that I have spent lots of money along with my monocular and my binoculars to go and look for a deer or an elk or anything of that nature because I know it's illegal. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I believe by just banning something, a blanket ban, all you hurt is the people that are law-abiding. You don't do anything to the criminals. Take a look at California. Thank you.
Hello, this is Jason Ernest. I'm an attorney and hunter in Nye County, Nevada. And I agree with what everybody has said to this point. I think it'd be crazy for you to ban thermals. Item 8 on your agenda today. I'll point out that NRS 501-181 basically is the main statute for this body. To close or limit a season, it states in that statute that there needs to be scientific data. In your backup material I've reviewed, I don't see any scientific data regarding the benefit of banning thermals. Further, NRS 501-505 sets forth that coyotes, skunks, and badgers are unprotected. Basically, by doing this, you are protecting them, you're creating a season. This is a thicket of constitutional issues if you were to ban thermals. I point to the federal case Chevron that got overturned a few years back. A bunch of lobster fishermen fought it and won. It was addressed the administrative overreach that the feds were doing in regulating the lobster fishermen. While that was a federal case, I submit to you that if you were to ban this, it'd be beyond the scope of what this bill, this committee has. If they truly want to address this, the people that want to ban thermals, they should lobby the Nevada legislature. That'd be substantially more constitutional and a better way to handle it. I ask that you do not ban thermals today. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Stephanie Myers from Las Vegas. The North American wildlife model, to which you guys pledge some allegiance, is pretty clear on the subject of fair chase. Thank you.
All right. See no additional public comment. We will close out that agenda item number 2 now and move on to agenda item number 3. This is approval of agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for June 13, 2025. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. So any items of discussion from the commission on today's agenda? All right, seeing no items from the commission, I will send it out for any public comment on today's agenda. So any public comment on today's agenda here in Elko? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any additional discussion or a motion. Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
All right. Wonderful. So we have a motion for approval of today's agenda from Commissioner Caviglia, a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. We will move on to agenda item number 4. This is approval of minutes for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the May 2nd and May 3rd, 2025 meeting. So with that, any discussion regarding the May meeting minutes from the commission? All right. Seeing none, I will send it out for any public comment here in Elko regarding the meeting minutes from May 2nd and 3rd. All right, seeing none, any public comment via Zoom regarding meeting minutes?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jana Wright, Clark County. As of this morning, I did not see that the minutes were posted. It's difficult to comment when you don't know what you're going to be approving. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right. Seeing no additional public comment, and actually maybe before I might ask the department, were the meeting minutes up on the website by chance? Okay. No. All right. Director Janae?
So it appears, for the record, Alan Janae, it appears, looking right now at support material, we're not seeing it. Originally, they were posted. We will try to figure this out, but maybe this is something we can hold until possibly tomorrow.
Okay. Easy enough. All right. So with that, we will hold off on the meeting minutes until we can make sure those get posted up for public viewing on the website. All right. With that, we will move on then to agenda item number 5. This is member item announcements, correspondence. It's informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. So with that, I don't believe, I think everything that the commission has received has been sent and documented. So I don't think there's anything additional. Anything else from the commission? All right, Director Janae?
I believe you have all of the comment material we received.
Wonderful. All right. Perfect. Thank you for that. We will move on to agenda item number 6. This is County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife informational. County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So with that, are there any county advisory boards here in attendance in Elko with any emergent items? All right. Seeing none, how about any county advisory boards via Zoom? No. All right. Seeing none, we will move on to now agenda item number 7, and this is department reports. This is informational. 7A, division activity reports, Secretary Janae and division administrators. A report will be provided on highlights from the Department of Wildlife recent activities. So Director Janae.
Thank you for the opportunity. For the record, Alan Janae. So this is the second time that we are going to move through this activity report in this more succinct format. We have forwarded on the entirety of our activity reports, but we'll only be giving a highlight from each of the divisions. So if you have any other questions from the other material, please let us know. From the director's office, as you are aware, Legislative Commission ended first part of June. We spent in the director's office a significant amount of time the end of May, actively engaged in the legislative session. We were trying to promote some of our bills, key to our cleanup bill, which got across the line, AB 59, and then we were trying to move forward a vessel registration fee authority bill that did not make it across the line, but we will have a more comprehensive report on that here shortly from Alejandra Medina on the legislative committee. Additionally, from the director's office, in May, we celebrated the Public Service Recognition Week. During that time, we had employee appreciation lunches across the state. We presented tenure awards, and this year we presented our inaugural Exceptional Service Employee Awards. And then also of special note was the governor had an employee recognition ceremony for nominees from each agency. And Bobby Jones from our Conservation Education Division was given that award for his youth license program that he came up with that idea. And I think since inception, it has actually resulted in over 10,000 free licenses to youth. Pretty extraordinary. It was kind of Bobby's idea that came up with this, that people could actually buy licenses through the tag application process. You can go, you can donate, and then that'll basically result in a kid being able to submit for a free license. And so I think one of the important things that we've seen as a result of this is we started it as kind of a removal of restrictions on participation. But what we've seen is we've seen a bunch of, we thought it would be younger kids that would be taking advantage of it. And what we've seen is a really good contingent of 16 and 17-year-olds that now can drive and control their own destiny and are actually going out and taking advantage of those free licenses. And so, again, that aspect of bringing on Nevada's next generation of sportsmen and women, I think that idea that Bobby came up with, I'm very biased when I went down to that recognition by the governor, but I would say it was probably one of the best ideas and proposals that was described that day. So that's what we have out of the director's office. If you have any other questions on any of the other items, let me know.
All right. Any questions at all? Comments from the commission? I would just echo that, Director Janae as well, with Mr. Jones's idea and bringing that forward, and it certainly made a difference. So good work. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Commission. Jasmine Kleiber, Biodiversity Division Administrator for the record. Highlights from the Biodiversity Division include that in early May 2025, a proposed amendment to the Budget Reconciliation Bill was made that would have directed the sale of about 450,000 acres of public land in Nevada and Utah. The amendment was removed following bipartisan concerns and substantial public feedback. That proposed amendment had deviated from Nevada's established collaborative legislation process for developing public lands, which typically involves coordination among congressional delegation and stakeholders. Congressman Amodei has since stated that the House leadership agreed to prioritize his Northern Nevada lands bill. And in that Northern Nevada lands bill, it includes proposed conservation designations and the conveyance of approximately 356,100 acres of federal land, primarily located in Pershing County's checkerboard resolution area, for sale or exchange at fair market value. Those lands have been previously identified by the BLM for disposal, and they're intended to help facilitate economic development. Let's see. NDOW plans to continue monitoring both bills and will provide expertise on wildlife resources and conveyances of public lands where appropriate. Additionally, we have breeding bird surveys that began on June 1st. They'll continue through the end of the month. They began in mid-May in Southern Nevada. These occur across the state and consist of 33 unique routes. All the routes will be surveyed this year and include leads from the division as well as external partners and volunteers. The surveys are open to participation from other division as well as members of the commission if interested. With that, I'm happy to take questions you may have.
All right. Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jasmine, how important are the breeding bird survey, that volunteer work? How important is that to your programs and what you are able to accomplish?
Yeah, Jasmine Kleiber for the record. The breeding bird surveys have been going on for decades now, and these surveys are a large indicator of what kind of activity is occurring across the state relative to migratory birds and breeding and nesting in Nevada. The numbers that we collect during these surveys across the state give us a good idea of abundance of these populations of birds and also trends relative to whether these species are declining and if they're declining in certain areas or increasing in certain areas. They give us long-term data that we coordinate with federal partners such as the USGS to better understand what's happening with these populations of birds and what we can do about it for conservation measures across the state.
So I guess, yeah, I appreciate that. And where I'm heading here is that they're an important part of being able to meet the needs and meet the goals of the wildlife action plans, which bring in state wildlife grants, which go to habitat improvements, which benefit all wildlife. Could you give us a quick update on the status of the funding for breeding bird surveys?
Yes, Jasmine Kleiber for the record. So during the last commission meeting, I had mentioned that the state wildlife grants were currently being reviewed by Congress, by the House Appropriations Committee. Those state wildlife grants are large part what funds the breeding bird surveys. And that very same day of commission meeting, after I had indicated that we were hoping the amounts would remain somewhat static, the budget reconciliation bill was released, and the recommendation was that the state wildlife grants be negated. They would be zeroed out. Right now, we are still in a holding pattern to understand whether funding will be allocated for that type of work for all of the state wildlife agencies across the country, and we are waiting to see whether funding will be available for it.
Yeah, bad news. So appreciate everything that you do, and hopefully this pans out positively. I don't know what this commission can do to help. I know our congressional delegates are well aware. I think you did a fly-in. You probably talked to some of them, so they're well aware of the importance of that money. And I know that in the with all the money that does flow through projects, it takes every penny. And these projects, these surveys, the money that comes in from those projects, from the state wildlife grant appropriations, it's all critical. It's all very helpful, and just sounds like. It's kind of it makes it tough. So I appreciate, I hope there's something we can do to, prop up the diversity program while we go through this phase. But yeah, thank you.
If I may, Jasmine Kleiber again, that reduction results in approximately $3 million loss to the agency. It's about $1 million in the biodiversity program and about $2 million in the native fish program.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll take it one step further. You're still going to have folks out there doing volunteer work, but you're going to get this gap of people that are currently engaged in a positive way, that will have to find a different way to engage for a while, and it's hard to bring people back. They get other interests, they move on, they get it, so it's there's long-term, long-lasting things too. So hopefully it doesn't happen or doesn't last long.
Right. Anything else from the commission? All right. Yeah. Thank you for that, Jasmine. And also monetarily putting that into perspective, just what that means from a funding standpoint. So thank you.
Yes, good morning, Chair Rogers, members of the Commission, Matt Maples, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator for the record. I'll provide the highlights for the DATS division. For the 7th year straight, the department experienced another record-breaking draw application period, and we ended with a 3% increase in total number of applications versus the 2024 season. As with past years, we'll provide a brief summary today, and then a more detailed summary of the draw report later this year. So some quick numbers for you. The total number of applications in 2025 was 489,254 versus 474,534 in 2024. The average applications per customer was up in 2025 versus 2024 at 5.67 versus 5.54. The total customers entering the draw was 86,283 this year versus 85,630 last year. Total number of new customers, 2,944. And notably, all 850 junior horn shorter than ears pronghorn tags were awarded in the main draw, and a total of 1,319 youth applied for that hunt. We collected $42,000 as part of the main draw application period for the youth license fund. And then, as I said before, we'll provide a more full draw report at a meeting later this fall. The junior tag transfer, the department and the Wildlife Commission have recently heard comments and questions on the status of this program. And the department believes that this will be most efficient to implement after e-tags are in place due to the number of expected transfers. And department staff would like to provide a presentation and a regulation workshop on the junior tag transfer program at the August commission meeting. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Booth.
Thank you. With the $42,000 that was for the youth license fund, what balance do we have in the youth license fund? Do you know?
It's slightly over that. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, Commissioner Booth, but we could get that to you.
Okay.
We turned off the youth license program prior to the draw, since there's typically a lot of licenses that are sold during the application period. And I think we were down to maybe a few hundred licenses available when we turned it off, and we've turned it back on now at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else from the commission at this time for Mr. Maples? All right. Seeing none. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Chairman Rogers, members of the commission. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. From a Game Division standpoint, our staff participated in the Nevada Department of Transportation's regional prioritization meetings the week of April 14th through the 20th to assist them with selecting priority connectivity sites within various NDOT regions. The highest priorities from the Game Division were Highway 93 crossing south of Wells, Nevada near Valley Mountain, where high collision rates with elk and mule deer have been observed and documented for quite some time. Our second site was Highway 93 north of Pioche on the border between units 222 and 231. And then the third priority site was Highway 395 south of Gardnerville, Nevada, and north of Topaz Lake near Simi Dimi Summit, where a high mortality rate of mule deer, black bear, and cougars have been observed in years past. In the greater sage grouse world, LEC counts have concluded for the spring of 2025, and preliminary results are showing LEC attendance rates that are exceeding long-term average attendance rates and should surpass 2024 peak attendance numbers. So good news for sage grouse this year. And then just a quick report on mountain goats in the East Humboldt and North Ruby Mountains. 9 of 10 collared mountain goats remain alive after the capture effort conducted 6 months ago. 6 of the animals were not marked. 3 of these were yearling animals, and 3 were young of the year mountain goats that we did not want to collar at that time. Investigation of the one mortality suggests that it simply fell from a cliff, either from ice or just a misstep. So unfortunate there. And then also wanted to take a moment to update the commission on our phase 1 bighorn capture effort that transpired this week. We started out with 25 animals captured on day 1. Those animals subsequently went to Utah and were released on Wednesday on Promontory Point in their nursery herd. That was followed by the release of 24 bighorn consisting of 14 ewes and 10 rams that were released into the Tobin yesterday morning. And then, of course, yesterday, many of you participated in the release of bighorn into the Cortez Range 24 bighorns consisting of 18 ewes and 6 rams went into the Cortez Range into 4 Mile Canyon last night. So that makes up 73 bighorn moved from the Muddies and the Blacks during this week. During that effort, there were 2 mortalities and then 1 mortality that took place on the release of animals into Utah. One of those animals had a broken leg, so it had to be euthanized. But overall, a pretty successful first week of bighorn capture this week. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
Thank you, Chair. Sean, I do have a question on the, not necessarily what you just discussed, but on the written report. There's a reference that the department's revising the interagency wolf coordination plan. I know that's become a hotter topic. Just curious what that plan kind of entails, if that's something the commission's going to see at some point.
That interagency, it basically lines out the roles and responsibilities of the various agencies, whether that be Wildlife Services, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or Department of Wildlife. You guys won't necessarily see that particular plan. That's more like, how do we handle investigations into livestock depredations, that sort of thing. Unfortunately, in the recent past, it's fallen on the agency to be the bearer of that for investigations into these depredations. We do not receive any funding at all from the service to deal with wolves. There's no Section 6 or no SWIG grant money that's available to deal with wolves. So we feel that that's sort of an unfair burden to place solely on the Department of Wildlife. So we want to share that responsibility more with the Fish and Wildlife Service and with Wildlife Services. And then another issue, a matter of interest, is with respect to training. We don't receive any training in the recent past on wolf investigations. So that's one thing that Wildlife Services has agreed to help us with, is training on these investigations into the future. But as things progress, we'll see what happens with the status of a wolf in the future. If there is a delisting down the road, then we will have to develop a wolf management plan for the state of Nevada.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Espinoza, I just had a couple of questions. First one, you were mentioning some of these corridors, particular Highway 93 north of Pioche. I'm just curious what now next steps are now that these these locations have been identified. What are next steps in the process now?
Yeah, so I think it's going to be, thank you for the question. I think it's going to be, what is the best mechanism to, for safety and also for facilitating movement of animals across that highway? Is that an overpass? Is it an underpass? Is it a fencing issue? Is it siteability? That sort of thing. There are stretches of that highway that are pretty straight, where you have a good deal of siteability. And then there are other portions where, maybe it's a little further south on the highway north of Pioche, where you do have a tree component there. Things dart out into the highway and get hit. So are there things we can do with tree removal potentially? Are there things we can do with better fencing to get them to move to a place that's more visible? So that's, I think, the next phase to look into it. Expense is always an issue. I think when we did the Pequop Summit, the most recent overpass over I-80, that was a $22 million project back in 2017. So you can imagine what that might cost today, just in the last 8 years. I'm sure that that's more along the lines of $40 million. So, and that's not money that we have right now. It's not money that NDOT has. So we've got to figure out phased approaches to deal with these matters. So I think that'll probably be the gist of it, at least at first.
Yeah. Perfect. I was also curious, you mentioned in the release sites in Nevada, the numbers of ewes and rams. I was just curious, in the 25 that were captured and sent to Utah, just curious how many of those were ewes and what the division was between ewes
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head on that one. Might have to phone a friend.
He ain't answering.
He ain't answering. I'll get that information for you, but I can't remember off the top of my
No, all good, Mr. Espinola. And then the last quick question I had for you, I didn't think of it until you mentioned it about the Muddies and the Blacks. I was curious, of the 73 that were captured, if any of them came from the Blacks or if they were all just from the Muddies.
Thank you for the question. The sheep yesterday came from the Blacks, so those 24 animals came from the Blacks.
Oh, okay. All right. Good. Interesting. All right. Anything else from the commission? All right. Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. Game Warden Connor Farrell was recognized by Knight County Sheriff's Office for his outstanding work and dedication on the recovery of the downed aircraft in January 2025. This just happened about a month ago. A game warden was notified of an active unlawful kill of an antelope in progress and sent video. The informant gave great information, including the suspect's address, as the informant watched the suspect butchering the antelope at the house. After the game warden went out and verified the information obtained, a team was put together and a search warrant was secured and served. The suspect was passive resistant. The suspect invoked his Miranda rights, but he continued to have many excited utterances about the violations he committed. The suspect was arrested and booked into the Washoe County Jail on felony killing of a big game animal and other violations. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Chief Knight. Any questions from the commission on the? Yes, Director Janae.
So I think another very important item that comes out of law enforcement is where do you stand with your personnel at this point?
So beginning June 23rd, we will be fully staffed, minus one regional lieutenant position. That's Western Region Lieutenant. We will be fully staffed in the field. Some of those, 5 of those do have to go to the academy still, but the other ones, there's 2 laterals that will come out and they go straight into field training.
Wonderful. Good. Thank you for that. Anything from the commission? Questions, concerns, comments on any of the material or what Chief Knight just talked about today? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Morning, Chair Rogers, Commissioners. Chris Crookshanks for the record, Chief of Fisheries. In partnership with White Pine County, Nevada Division of State Parks, NDOW staff participated in the Rediscover Cave Lake event last weekend. Subsequent to the completion of the new dam, the rededication event included local vendors, food trucks, educational happenings, ribbon cutting, fly fishing float tube clinic, biking, hiking activities, all at the state park. A huge thank you goes out to all NDOW staff who participated, as well as the governor and the lieutenant governor who were in attendance. In Fisheries Division, we are pleased to announce several recent new hires. Montana Stevens was selected as Hatchery Technician 2 at Mason Valley Hatchery. In the Western region, Cameron Maloney accepted the Winnemucca Fisheries Biologist position, while Jake Ward took a similar position in Fallon. Lastly, Taryn Barron-Chia was selected to fill a biologist position in Elko. We welcome these new hires and are excited to add these talented individuals to the division. At the same time, we also bid farewell to Buck Douglas, our longtime manager at Spring Creek Rearing Station, and wish him all the best in retirement. With that, I stand for questions.
All right. Any questions from the commission at this time? One question that I had real quick, and that is, I know with Cave Lake and that completion, there was some initial stocking of that. Are there subsequent stockings taking place throughout the summer months, or what's the plan?
Yes, absolutely. As part of the stocking, as part of the Rediscover Cave Lake event, we stocked a load of really big fish that we've been holding back at our Gallagher hatchery, fish upwards of 16 to 18 inches. That was in addition to 4 loads previously this spring that we'd also put. So we've put roughly 22,000 rainbow trout into Cave Lake so far this spring, with additional stocking throughout the summer and the fall. huge question that I get now that Cave Lake is completed and the dam's completed and we're back open is what a smallmouth bass. I'm the biggest proponent of a smallmouth bass in Cave Lake that there is on this planet. And I guess my answer to that question is just hold your horses a little bit. We're waiting to see what the crayfish population does. Smallmouth bass feed heavily upon crayfish. We want that crayfish population in Cave Lake to rebound a little bit and get established before we put smallmouth bass in. But that's 100% our desire is to put smallmouth bass in Cave Lake.
All right. And then so all the trout that were stocked were rainbow, no other species?
All trout stock thus far have been rainbow trout. We have noted that brown trout, most people know that the state record brown trout was from Cave Lake, caught in 1984. The brown trout survive. They reproduce just fine by themselves by spawning up the creek that feeds Cave Lake. And we've noticed a decent number of brown trout being caught at Cave Lake already this year.
Good. Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair Rogers, members of the commission, Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator. In April and May, seedling plantings were implemented in both Eisenhoods and New Pass mountain ranges, where proof of concept species and techniques were employed aimed at improving seedling survival success in areas with low site potential that are crucial wildlife habitats. Some of those novel concepts included planting drought-tolerant species and using biochar as growth medium. In preparation for the upcoming fire season, NDOW staff has procured over $1 million of pre-emergent herbicide, which will cover about 44,000 acres. And over $1 million is ready for seed purchase to allow us to quickly respond to fire rehabilitation efforts. On May 24th, the Southern Region Water Development Crew, with help of the Fraternity of Desert Bighorns, completed a rebuild of the Long Canyon Water Development Project in the Pahranagat Range in Hunt Unit 245. This project was originally scheduled in February, but was delayed by water haul efforts and marks a significant step forward in enhancing water resources for this area. On May 31st, the Northern Water Development Crew completed the Soldier Meadows build unit in Hunt Unit 012 with volunteers from Nevada Bighorns Unlimited. And earlier this week, Habitat Division staff hosted an invasive annual grass workshop in Elko, Nevada, in partnership with the University of Wyoming Imagine Group and the University of Nevada, Reno Cooperative Extension. NDOW staff, along with participants from around the West, learned about principles and tools to control invasive annual grasses in the Great Basin. This training will provide NDOW biologists and other natural resource managers in Nevada with lessons learned and tools to more effectively address invasive species and ultimately improved restoration outcomes that will benefit Nevada's wildlife. With that, I'll take any questions.
All right. Any questions? I did have just one quick question, and that is, I had heard the other day that maybe there was a fire in Eastern Nevada, maybe Unit 231, just north of Mount Wilson. Just curious if that is the case and where that stands.
Yes, Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator. There are a couple fires in Lincoln County right now. I could pull up the acres here in a minute and get you actual numbers. We have been monitoring those fires, but I can't tell you the status at the moment. But happy to follow up with you later.
Yeah, no trouble. Are there agencies that are actively working those fires, or?
Yes, there are.
Yeah, good. All right, wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Rogers, Commissioners, good morning. Bobby Jones, Nevada Department of Wildlife Outdoor Connection Coordinator for the record. As far as the Conservation Education Division goes, in the volunteer category, we had MBU Reno and NDOW host over 160 people at the 3rd annual Family Guzzler Build on May 3rd at the Clan Alpine No. 1 Guzzler. ConEd staff worked with game and habitat biologists to provide an opportunity for kids and their families to learn more about habitat restoration, guzzlers, and how important partnerships with NGOs are for conservation. Kids' activities included a scavenger hunt, games, and plug planting. Law enforcement also brought the OGT trailer for kids to interact with at camp. Our annual volunteer academy was also hosted recently in the southern region at Echo Canyon State Park from May 30 to June 1. Con Ed staff provided high quality programming to train our over 115 volunteer instructors on hunter ed, angler ed, boating ed, and wildlife ed topics. Instructional activities included kayak birding, shotgun shooting, shooting bows, crossbow, shore fishing, and a bat walk. We also hosted an event last Saturday, the 7th, the Kids Carp Derby, which is annually held the first Saturday in June at Lahontan Reservoir, and we had over 80 people turn out for that. And with that, I'll take your questions.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Jones? All right. And as long as we got you in front of us, hey, congrats again. Outstanding work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. All right, Director Janae.
And that is the end of our report. Hopefully you like the more succinct format. I timed it. It looks like we're running about a little 40 minutes-ish. So great improvement over some of the past. So if you have any other recommendations, please let us know.
Outstanding. Wonderful. Yeah, so far so good. Appreciate it. Yes, Commissioner Walther.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief point of procedural order. We've approved the agenda, and then we have the minor hiccup at 4. I know we do have a DAG on Zoom, but I would suggest that just given notice requirements, posting requirements, and fairness to allow the public to review the minutes, if they do have comments, that we move that to August agenda item together with approval of the June minutes. So I'd make a motion to do so.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, Director Janae.
Yeah, for the record, Alan today, and upon review, it looks like they weren't up and available, as we were looking at the support material online. And so we would absolutely second that motion. I think that gives the public the greatest opportunity to review them. And then before a vote is held by the
Okay,
commission.
perfect. And again, that's specific to agenda item number 4 that we were talking about previously on the minutes, pushing to the August meeting. All right. With that, just to maybe stay in line, I'll send that out to any public comment here regarding the notion on agenda item number 4 on moving to the August meeting. All right, no public comment here in Elko. How about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. And Commissioner Walther, if you want to proceed with your motion, or
Of course, I would jump to the gun there, make the motion to move the approval of the 3rd 2025 commission meeting minutes to the agenda is the August meeting.
all right, perfect. So we have a motion from Commissioner Walther. And we have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, perfect. All right, so with that, appreciate that. So we will move on to agenda item 7B, and this is litigation report. Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett, a report will be provided on the Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation. And I know Dag Burkett is not here today, but
give me 1 second and I will read to you his report. I believe he indicated to me that there were no updates as far as litigation is concerned, and that he would
he is still with us.
Can you guys hear me? Can you see me? I know I froze.
Yeah, no, we froze up a little bit. And if we could go ahead and have you state your full name for the record.
This is Deputy Attorney General Joseph Ostunio for the record. Give me 1 second here. I'm looking for. So Craig wanted me to indicate to you guys that nothing has changed since the final report, and that he will be available to update you guys at the next meeting.
All right. Director Janae.
Yeah, again, for the record, Alan Janae. And so you will see 7B support material, and that is the update to those continuing cases. But there was no new material. We just gave you an update. So thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from the commission on litigation? All right, seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 7C. This is Nevada Big Game Hunter Survey, Conservation Educator Bobby Jones. A preliminary report will be given on the recent Nevada Big Game Hunter Survey.
While they work that out, Bobby Jones, Nevada Department of Wildlife Outdoor Connection Coordinator for the record. I believe you may have been sent preliminary results on Wednesday at some point. Okay. I'm actually the one on top there. Don't look at that slide.
Math is hard. Yeah.
Like I said, Bobby Jones, Nevada Department of Wildlife Outdoor Connection Coordinator. For the record, there was a small group of us that kind of worked on this project, getting it to the finish line. I'd like to kind of outline some of those preliminary results for you, take any questions that you have on the effort overall. But where I'd like to start is just kind of talking about what people think surveys are, what they really are, what this one was meant to do, the big why behind it, and of course, go over the results. Okay, what people think surveys are generally is a waste of time and money, and a lot of them are, but I'm going to try and convince you that this one is definitely not. People are familiar with news polls, surveys pulled out of air, essentially without any context given, and then, of course, creative statistics, like this one from Brian Fantana, 60% of the time, it works every time. What surveys actually are tools, different tools for different jobs. All of these tools, mails, and unfortunately, when you're remodeling a house, you need every one of those. But what I'd like to convey is that they're information gathering tools is what these surveys are. That's their purpose. We kind of did a how did we do survey, get to know where people are at. It can come in the form of questionnaires. It can be as simple as a smiley face or an unhappy face at a sports stadium for people to know what's going on. And then the reference material I'd like to give you is that this is more of a dashboard of information for people to help make decisions, similar to the dashboard in your car. It's not pushing the gas pedal, it's telling you how fast you're going and giving you indications of where you're at. So why did we survey hunters? And this is my most important slide, or what I'd like to kind of hit home. To help us better serve Nevada big game hunters, and I'm one of them, and many of the people in the room are as well. But that's who we're working for with this. And the main points we were trying to draw out of people with the survey and how it was built was who hunters are, which is demographics, what they know or think, and what they prefer. And kind of each of those buckets has value to us and to better serve people. And of course, it's another opportunity for us to hear from more or all of the hunting public. You guys all have friends and family who hunt and fish and do these activities, and they love to give you their opinion of what's going on, what they think about things, and I have the same. The problem with that is if, I talk to my closest friends and family members that I hunt with now, I've talked to 15 people. I haven't talked to all hunters and see where they're coming from. So that's what we're trying to do with that. And one of the main breakups we did was kind of segregating resident hunters and out-of-state hunters on the results side, represented here. So how did we come up with the survey tool and what goes into it and what's just a tiny bit of the math behind it? If hunters are represented by these jelly beans, at least we know how many there are. There's kind of 3 pieces of information to build a survey sample size, and that's the first one. How many people are in the group? we focused on people who were 18 years and up. We left the kids out of the survey, and this was 2024 Nevada big game applicants. How confident are you in the result? 95% is a normal kind of confidence level that people shoot for in efforts like this. And then the margin of error, which is also referred to as the confidence interval. What's the margin that you're willing to accept of how accurate you're going to be with your answers? And we chose plus or minus 5%, also pretty typical. So if you put that in a sentence and you bake that into the math, the baseline ideal quote unquote sample size would be a little less than 400 people. We emailed almost a quarter of our big game applicants that were 18 or older, so 20,000, and we received back about 3,800 responses. You saw this already, but math is hard to use a calculator. Those kind of three numbers go into what helps you come up with the ideal sample size. And this is a publicly available tool that I wanted to point out to people so they know that I'm not cooking the books here. But if you tweak the confidence level or the margin of error, the more you tighten that, the bigger sample size you need. Of course, it would be great to hear from everyone, but there's a time and money cost that comes along with that. And if people took, it ended up being that it was about 12 minutes per person on average, but you're talking about a work year worth of time that we'd be asking people to contribute to filling out a survey if we sent it to every single person. And that's a lot. Don't want to waste time and money. Just to contextualize what that math means for people that think like me, you don't know how far away this deer is. But in reference to a rangefinder, if we were to ping this deer and it says 100 yards away and we use these numbers, we're saying that about 19 out of 20 times this deer is between 95 and 105 yards away. I don't want to tell you that the survey results are perfect. We're not looking for perfect. We're looking for direction and being in the ballpark. And that's essentially what this is meant to do. And I really like that slide. Results. This is the exciting part. This is what people want to know. And what we're going to start with is exactly represented here. I'd like to focus on what people know and think before we get to the what people prefer. And these results actually were added to the support material when we got them on the 11th. And I'm going to read the questions exactly as they're portrayed because changing the question at all changes the context of the answer. So, did you know that you can return a big game tag in Nevada for any reason up to 1 day before, 1 business day before the hunt starts? And you're going to see this for all the graphs that I show. Residents are in blue, non-residents are in orange. About 85% of people knew about that. And I'm bringing this question up just to let you guys know we do think about the questions before we put them in the survey. And the idea being that we have several percent, give or take 7 or 8% of people who receive tags and don't go hunting in a year. And the idea on the front end was, well, if there's a big knowledge gap there that we could tighten up, maybe we could get some of those tags back into people. And that's another opportunity where we're not creating more animals, but we're trying to do everything we can with the tags that we have. And remarkably, that's pretty well known for residents and maybe not as much for non-residents, but not bad at all. In general, how have the number of big game hunting tags available in Nevada changed over the past few years? And we selected 22 to 2024. You can see that the majority do identify correctly of residents that tag numbers have gone down. It's not quite half, but there's quite a bit in the I'm not sure bucket. And I'm just trying to start to contextualize that the average hunter may not know as much as you'd hope when it comes to regulations, policies, public input processes. But this is what I'm often told is an opportunity. And I'm looking in the mirror when I say opportunity and for us to get people more information about how things work and where things are at. This is a question stolen, and I'm going to say exactly what the paper is if people want to look it up. The Mule Deer Hunting and Management Experiences, Attitudes, and Preferences of Nevada's Mule Deer Tag Applicants. Final report, April 2014, Nick Saniel, PhD, University of Idaho. A report commissioned through the TAC about 11, 12 years ago, looking at hunting Nevada mule deer. We replicated this question just to see where we're at and kind of give a baseline. For that work, it was about 72%. And you'll see here, are for the no, people that are not familiar with the cabs. 72% in Nick's paper and project, and we're looking at a little over 60% for residents and about 80% no for non-residents. And again, opportunity to better convey what these things are to the hunting public. Similarly here, which entity sets hunting seasons and big game tag quotas each year in Nevada? Quite a bit of I'm not sure. And although the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners is the correct answer and it's close to the I'm not sure bucket, I would venture to guess that there are also some people guessing at some of these questions, and that this is an opportunity for us as well. As it was talked about earlier, the Nevada Youth License Fund, definitely an opportunity here. I don't need to read out what that question says, but we still have 40% of people who are not familiar at all with it. And if we're being technically accurate, everybody has had to look at the checkout box once you're done applying for tags the last few years, but that doesn't mean people are familiar with the program, and definitely more work to do there. And this is one I'd like to reference as a tool that has been bantered about for a long time at the department. If we were to build an app, what would that look like? It's a big ticket item, but interestingly enough, or I would say on a positive note, there are quite a few people that would say they would be willing to use an Indo app if we built it. I'm not going to talk about the demographics with a slide today, but I'm just going to touch on it now. When you look at the report, you're going to see that the people who responded to the survey were more likely to be guys, and they were more likely to be older hunters that have hunted for quite a long time. So to see that number being that high with that in mind is pretty positive. And we are going to run some extra analysis to see what we're missing for other age classes. But I tend to think that they're going to be even more open to technology and information than the general public. Overall, how satisfied are you with the job Nundow is doing managing big game hunting opportunities in Nevada? This is pretty similar to Nick's work, but it wasn't the exact same question, so I don't want to draw the comparison, but it's slid over to the left. The bell curve would be to the somewhat satisfied, more so than anything else. Okay, the exciting stuff, what people prefer, what people are looking for when it comes to managing hunting opportunities. And I guess I'd like to say that, don't feel bad if the results don't represent your views on what's important. I came up with a lot of the questions in the input, and it doesn't reflect exactly my views either. A lot of people get excited, but just information, just a data point to see where people are at. And this kind of speaks to the work you guys did at the quota setting meeting last time. But should the department prioritize big game hunting opportunities for junior hunters? Pretty much overwhelming support, over 70% across the board. And just for a ballpark reference of a stat that nobody cares about, that's about the same as, Americans drinking coffee or something like that. So when it comes to support, that's probably about as good as we're going to see for anything in particular. I should also comment, I didn't put error bars on these graphs. These aren't perfect numbers, but I'm trying not to confuse people. It's really a range for each one of these bars. This is the subsequent question to the previous one about junior hunters. To offer Nevada junior hunters more opportunities to go big game hunting in Nevada, please let us know which of the following ideas you support. And you're going to see that it's much more varied when we get to the meat of the context of what are you going to get behind when it comes to junior hunters. Do any of these things strike your fancy, or do you not support any of these? We did have about 15% of people that didn't like any of the ideas. And the ones presented, we went back and forth on the youth antelope tags, having them posted in this. But since that was already moving forward, we chose to not put it in there, or we'd have that data as well. But a little more support for the dedicating some antlerless tags to junior hunters, or making tags, either sex tags, more so than the cow elk hunts, or changing the days. But as you can see, it's a varied response here. Are you in favor of the following big game hunts? And then listed here, these are just the yes answers for residents and non-residents. And we've got antlerless elk, horns shorter than ears antelope, antlerless mule deer, and bighorn sheep ewe. I think this is a little bit of what I'd expect, but it's somewhat surprising to see the variance across the species. Everybody wants to get behind antlerless elk hunting, give or take 67 to 70% for antlerless mule deer and horned shorter than ears antelope. And then we've really slid off for bighorn sheep, ewe hunting. And I can't speak to the non-resident interest here if it's related to hunting or what it's related to, but it's vastly different than the resident data. When it comes to deer hunting in Nevada, which of the following statements best describes what is most important to you? We have a handful of categories here that people could select from. The first being the most supported number at about 60%. I want to go deer hunting every 1 to 3 years. Going deer hunting regularly matters to me, followed by I will wait 4 to 7 years to draw a tag if that means I can see mature deer on the landscape. Not a lot of support for I don't care if it takes 8 to 10 years to draw a tag. I want to hunt the best units in the state. And then for sure, we've got a market number, about 15% of people that aren't represented by any of these ideas when it comes to mule deer hunting in Nevada. So a bit more people who are looking to get out there as regularly as possible. And this question, the buck to doe ratio question, I'm going to read aloud, and I'm happy to be critical of. The department manages Nevada's mule deer population using a buck to doe ratio of 30 bucks to 100 does. Using that ratio, Nevada manages for more bucks in the landscape and issues fewer tags compared to many other Western states. With that in mind, what would you prefer? Most people said they would prefer continuing managing for a buck to doe ratio as is. The only tidbit I'll add is this is one of the few questions that has a little added context into the question. And that's mainly because we just don't expect that there are a lot of people that are that familiar with some of the things that this commission and the CABs are going to be familiar with. Your average person is probably not tracking buck to doe ratio very closely, or what it is or what it means. So we had even a bucket there. Like, I still don't understand what the buck to doe ratio is or its bearing on tag numbers. But when it comes to public input, it's slanted heavily to the keep it as is, especially from the non-resident side. And then you've got varying levels of support, increase the buck to doe ratio or lower it, I'm not sure. And then I believe this is the last graph I have. I'm sorry to just read it. But below you will see what the current waiting period duration is for each hunt on the left. Please fill in the right column with drop downs to tell us how long you think waiting period should be for each hunt. Select a number from 0 to 10. And this is one I'm happy to be just a tiny bit critical of. In a perfect world, we could have had numbers that go on forever, right? That I know it's been explored by the commission to look at essentially a once in a lifetime tag for desert bighorn sheep. I'd say the results could look different if the top end was lifted. But of the three, I think it's pretty clear that there's a pretty good modal outcome of people looking to reduce the antlered elk in a perfect world for them, or what they would prefer, moving the antlered elk waiting period to closer to 4 or 5 years rather than 7, and a bit to the downside for horns longer than ears antelope, especially from the resident side as well. But there's smaller room to operate relative to what the construct is as is with the 3 and 7 years compared to the 10. Qualitative feedback. I didn't know what to do for this, and this is my last slide, so I apologize if I don't convey the information well, but we asked people for their thoughts and feedback. That was the last question. We actually asked for extra kind of thoughts and feedback as it relates to junior hunters as well. And I read over 120 pages of text of thoughts and feedback. So I can't boil that down into slides. It's a ton. We didn't share it in this preliminary results report because a lot of people tell you who they are, what their email address is, here's their phone number, this is where I work. So we can't share a lot of that, but I'm going to try and kind of convey the breadth of input that you get when you do something like that. And then these first handful of items are definitely the things that came up the most. And by far it was horses. Horses overwhelmingly were the topic that came up most consistently. All kinds of thoughts on what we should do about horses, but even a lot of thoughtful comments and people understanding that, we're not managing horses on the landscape, but that they would like to see something happen. That was huge. Surprisingly enough, people said you're doing a good job quite a bit. And then there's, of course, a lot of concern for predators. These are kind of the top three buckets. From here, it cascades down quite a bit. But if I had to say an overwhelming three, and by far the top was horses. Tags just for seniors. Like I said, a lot of our input is being given by an older demographic for as way as respondents go, but that was a big topic. Tag transfer is on people's minds for sure. Information has got out about that. More tags for non-residents. There are too many out-of-staters. Those are super common. I think we had people thinking about waiting periods with the questions we asked that people talked about that came up several times. Could there be points in a waiting period? Non-resident junior tags. Stop jacking up the prices. There's a lot of different things in here. And this is just me trying to help convey that not everybody is in the weeds. We haven't been jacking up prices. That's not what's been going on, but that's the sentiment that's out there. And then, yeah, all juniors get a tag every year. No special tags for junior. And then there's just tons of stuff. And most of it I want to kind of point out is this is people getting to air their grievances, whatever they are. And I was the fortunate one to get to read them. But I don't like the idea of asking people for their input and then not going through it or asking AI to read it for me or something like that. So if you did put a comment in, we did read it, or I read it for sure. And we are going to keep a lot of this stuff in mind. One thing that came up a lot that's kind of made me think a lot about it is how long our points last and what the system is built for. An example given of, buying points for years, forgetting, and then not being able to afford it, not even essentially having the opportunity to apply and then losing their points. And I'm curious now that I've read through some of that, maybe when people fall off or they didn't get the app in 2 years, or they didn't know it was for that species. They got it in for deer, but they didn't get it in for sheep or something, and they've lost points. But I wonder how many people we lose that we don't get back that go through that. But with that, I have a whole list of notes that are not included in the PowerPoint presentation. And the one that I felt really bad that I didn't get is an opportunity I do want to just touch on is we asked, would you be interested in becoming more involved in wildlife conservation in Nevada? And residents answered yes, 55% of the time. They would, of those 55%, 40% of them would be willing to volunteer for NDOW. 33% would be willing to attend a virtual Board of Wildlife Commissioners meeting, and about 30% would be willing to attend a CAB in person or a CAB virtual meeting. I bring that up just to kind of convey that when we're looking for that knowledge piece and how do we share information with people piece, it kind of presents us with some opportunities we probably should pursue. And I've been in the Conservation Education Division just for a handful of years, but I know there are different opportunities and ways to explore to get people involved in the public input process, and I don't know exactly what they are. And I don't know if it's through an app or exactly what it looks like, but even if those rates aren't things that we hit in real life, I think there's opportunity there that we should certainly explore. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any questions from the commission or comments? Or I had a couple, Mr. Jones, and I apologize. I know you covered it at the onset, and that is this notion around sample size. And did you say that it was sent out to 20,000 was the number, and we received 3,800 back?
Correct.
Okay.
And the survey was sent later in April. I believe it might have been the 18th that we initially started sending it out. And it was open for a few weeks. We tried not to remind people too much about it. I believe we sent one reminder email. But yeah, we were pretty satisfied with the number of respondents. And I'm just kind of bringing it up to show that even though we're not going to hear from every single person, that's a pretty darn good chunk. I mean, we picked a number that was far above it. The plus side of having a bigger sample size for us is that you get to look at things like once you've crunched down, right? Anytime you break up the sample, so just residents and non-residents, right? So the reality is we'd want at least 400 of each of those buckets. And then you're going to see in the results report, we actually broke it out by county geography. And the numbers aren't perfect, but we separated Washoe County from Clark County and the rest of the counties, and bucketed those as more information. And I know it's not perfect on the individual cab level, but you fit into one of those three buckets and can get just a little more information on what is more representative of your county versus others. So yeah, those are accurate numbers. And you're going to see different response numbers in the questions. And that's because some people fall off the survey. And I don't know if it's noted in the results because I haven't read the whole report. I was kind of working off some preliminary stuff when I put the presentation together. But people could have fallen off and say they got to the demographics and they checked out. We backloaded that rather than front load it because we wanted to get people engaged in the survey right off the bat.
Yeah, good. And then also, I was curious, it sounds like you put a lot of the material together and questions. I was just curious if there was anything that just jumped out at you, jumped off the page that, wow, good or bad, right? Wow, I wasn't expecting that. That was surprising.
I thank you for the question, Chairman Rogers. If I had to answer it succinctly, what I'd say is it confirmed that I've been afraid that people don't know as much as we hope, and that I wonder how much we're missing just by not engaging them. And, that's not going to be reflected by the people in this room. This is in the weeds. Once you've made it to the commission meetings, you're pretty in it. And just that the average of the averages is not as knowledgeable as you'd hope. The hunters want to go hunting sentiment is something I was curious about when it comes to just people getting out and what their preferences are. But also I think looking back, some things haven't changed. But one thing that's changed a lot is how people consume information. Even from the NICS annual report, we asked, how do you get information about hunting in Nevada? And those answers are very different than they would have been 10 years ago or 15 years ago. And the same with how people want to receive information. I was shocked that 70% of people said they would like to get information from us via email and the website. And number 3 was YouTube. And if I had to make a personal pitch, it would be that we should probably look at reallocating some of our resources to growing that video content out and probably tailoring it specifically and packaging it. Say if Mr. Schroeder gave a great presentation at the CAB meeting before about just kind of where we've been at with deer in Nevada, and cutting that up and sending that directly to people via email or whatever those things are. It's a bit more cumbersome to look through a great big long video, but maybe we could specifically target things and get it to people and say it's the CABs or a Wildlife Commission meeting topic that was exciting that people wanted to know about, and getting that to them.
Good. And then the last question I had for you real quickly, and that is, so you've got all this data, and I know this presentation was just preliminary, right? So you're still diving into all this stuff. But my question is, so we've got all this data, or you've got all this data now that you're analyzing and peeling down. Where from here? What's the next step? What in the process, now that you have this data, where do you go from here?
Thank you for the question. I'm Bobby Jones, for the record. I think what if I was just speaking for myself, is that I've been pretty adamant about getting the public survey results back out to the people, whether they took the survey or not, and letting people digest it. I mean, I've been thinking about this for a little while now, kind of made a push for it, talking people into it, just to selfishly, from the conservation education point of view, and why you're getting surveys on things all the time, and why it's pretty annoying, is the reality of how valuable the information is just to know where people are at. And I'm looking at a lot of the knowledge-based stuff from the conservation education side, like how much of that can we front load in hunter education? How much can we kind of, when we're catching people, what are the touch points? Usually people have to see information several times before it sticks. Looking at those kinds of things, but I'd like to give people an opportunity to digest it. And I'm probably more curious about once people have had a chance to look at it, where our commissioners, where our staff, where our cabs, like what do they see value in? What do they find interesting? What do they take from it? Whether you you hate the results or you love the results or wherever you end up falling. I'm just looking at it as a tool to try and, help direct us on things moving forward.
Perfect. Good. Yeah, Commissioner Bourne.
Yes, thank you for the report. It made me think in my 30 years on cabs, when you said that 30% of the people out there would be willing to get involved in cabs, I've watched the number of participants decline. So it really makes me wonder if we're doing something wrong as a commission, if NDOW needs to do more, where the disconnect, apparently there is a disconnect if 30% of the people responding would be willing to get involved. So I don't know where that disconnect is, but apparently there is one of some sorts. I mean, I remember 25 years ago in the Hotel Nevada on quota setting meeting, there were literally 50 people in the bottom of the hotel for a cab meeting. And now we're lucky. Stevie, you can attest to that. There are literally half a dozen if we're lucky. So somewhere we need to do something different. And thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you for that. Bobby Jones for the record. I do want to caveat one little thing. It was about 30% of 55%. So it's closer to 15 to 17%. But the point is still that that's a gigantic number when it's multiplied out over all resident hunters. It's and I don't have the answer to that question. I'm afraid it's even just more basic than you'd like to think, is that people just aren't familiar with what they are. They don't know what they don't know. And they're getting bombarded with information from all over the place. So it's hard to pick something up new and start to take it on. But the only thing I would offer up is it might be reframing, rather than it's, how do cabs work? It's how do you make your voice heard, and trying to engage people in that kind of active standpoint of just how to get involved and making that as easy for them as possible, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, good. All right. Anything else from the commission? Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate that. All right. We have been going for a couple of hours now. We're done with agenda item 7. We are going to move on to 8. However, given that we have been rolling for a couple hours, let's take a little break here, and it is 10:33. Maybe let's come back here at 10:45. Thank you. All right, that didn't work either. There, my mic's on a little bit. Okay, let's go ahead and get back started again here. So we are now on agenda item. This is 8A, Emerging Technology Committee Report. Committee Chairman Tommy Caviglia. This is informational. A report will be provided on the recent Emerging Technology Committee meeting. So Commissioner Caviglia.
All right, thank you, Chair. So the Emergent Technology Committee met on Monday. We had 2 items of discussion. One was for some of the latest and greatest fish finding equipment in response and providing information in real time. And the department had written some language regarding that. Those tools. The committee had some major concerns with how the language was written and the enforcement of that. And basically what we got down to is we were going to try to reach out to some fishing organizations and some of the bass tournament organizations and see what their input was on that. So that one's still ongoing. The second one we looked at was in regards to rangefinders, and it wasn't, I know that it got out into the world that it was looking at banning rangefinders, and absolutely wasn't looking at banning rangefinders. I think everybody on the committee acknowledged that, but it was just looking at some of the technology associated with that, you know, specifically now the bow sights, that the sight on the bow itself ranges and adjusts the sight. Same thing with the rifle sight, that the scope itself does all the adjustments itself. The committee is going to look at that. And then also on the rangefinders that have the, I guess it's like your geolocation capabilities with the rangefinders. So the committee is going to continue to look at that. It's going to stay at the committee level for now. And there was no new items discussed.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you for that. Any questions from the commissioners regarding the Emerging Technology Committee report? All right. Thank you for that. Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 8B, and this is trail cameras and thermal imaging regulation discussion for possible action. Chief Game Warden Christy Knight, the commission will hear an outline of proposed regulations that were formed from the Emerging Technology Committee for trail cameras and thermal imaging. The presentation may contain prohibited dates of use and or possession and an increase of penalties associated with violating the regulations. So Chief Knight.
Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. The first, we gave you support material, so I'll just go over the highlights of what are to be changed. However, I do have one that I had to go off the fly in the thermal imaging to update. So for the trail cameras, we removed the delineation between different types of trail cameras for prohibited use at different times of the year and make it unlawful to use any type of trail camera from July 1st to December 31st. It also increases the demerit points from 3 demerit points to 12 demerit points. And then on the thermal imaging, it would prohibit the use of any thermal imaging devices from July 1st to December 31st for any wildlife, and still maintain unlawful use of thermal imaging for taking or locating of game mammals or game birds. This regulation also increases demerits from 3 to 12. So on the thermal imaging, what I had an oversight on is when I was going over it last night, I realized this is in that first section that says you cannot at any time during the period of beginning July 1st and ending December 31st of each year. We actually need to take out in B where it says while locating for the purpose of hunting, taking, we need to move that out and actually put it at the beginning of the entire section. So it incorporates A and B. So except as otherwise provided in subsection 3, a person shall not possess or use any of the following equipment or devices for the purpose of hunting or taking of wildlife at any time during the period July 1st to ending December 31st of each year. And then it also would cover the second one, which is while hunting or taking game mammals or game birds, or locating game mammals or game birds. So we would have to take that second section out of B and put it at the top. So it incorporates in A and B.
Okay.
And then there's also provisions in there that excludes people that are working in an official capacity. That is employee authorized by the agent of the state, an employee authorized the agent of a municipal or county government of the state, or an employee or authorized agent of the federal government.
All right.
I stand for any questions.
All right. Easy enough. All right. How about any questions from the commission at this time? All right. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I have lots of questions and comments, but I do have for Christy regarding the proposed language. And again, this is just proposed, but we still reference while hunting or taking any game, mammal or game bird, or would it to wrap in the, if we were to go down this road and to wrap in the predator hunting, would it, because coyotes are unprotected, would you have to just be taking any wildlife?
What was your question?
Do you need it to open it up, or because we are going to say we're just going to ban them flat out, which would preclude the coyote hunting? Would you have to make that language say while hunting or taking any wildlife?
Christy Knight for the record, yes.
And then I guess I'll get started. I don't mind.
Yeah, fine.
So where this started basically, and where we kind of got where we were at, was when this was at the Emergent Technologies Committee meeting. We asked the department, hey, what additional tools do you need in your toolbox to try to enforce the thermal imaging? I think we have the thermal imaging regulation on the books, but what additional tools do you need in the toolbox to enforce it? And it was the law enforcement division that said, there is a big loophole with the predator side of it. And that's where we got to this point, is we were listening to the department, listening to the wardens. So, and then there's also another reason that this got so much attention is, and all the predator hunters have sat up here and admitted it, how effective it is right now. It's great. It's awesome. The technology is going to get better. It's going to continue to get better. It's going to continue to get cheaper. It's also as effective on the big game side, right? And that's where the commission, I believe, has a concern with that. That's where the committee had a concern with it. That's where the commission had a concern with it. So, and I mean, I have lots of thoughts on it. I guess for me, I just get it out there. I've talked to a lot of people about this. I truly believe the bulk of the shenanigans that are going on in this are probably right now. I think the bulk of it's going on in 2 counties in the state. I think Lincoln and White Pine County are your 2 counties that the tags are so valuable down there. And it's on the landowner tag side, it's on the guiding side, but it's also on the sportsman side. When you draw that tag, everything kind of goes out the window, because everybody understands the value of the tags, and that's where our biggest trophies come from. So, I mean, and this isn't even a workshop. I guess I want to back up a tiny bit. This isn't even a workshop item. This is agendized as a discussion item. So that's exactly what we're doing today, is having a discussion, right? I've got all these calls, like the commission was going to go and approve a regulation today. We're far from it, right? There's no regulation at the commission that happens rapidly. If anybody's actually watched for any length of time, it's a long slog to get there. So, I mean, I'm glad everybody's involved, and I'm glad we got everybody's attention. And I'm glad I've heard people want to go back to the committee, but in all reality, we don't get a lot of response at the committees. It's when it gets to commissions when we do get the responses like this. So I don't mind having the discussion at the commission myself. But yeah, this isn't even close to any sort of format. This is a draft regulation. It's not even close to anything the commission's going to vote on. I just wanted to get that out there. But for me, what I'd like to propose today is that we do the full-blown ban. I don't think the dates the department has in there, I don't necessarily like July 1st, the July 1st to December 31st date. I'd like to see that modified, but I would like to see the flat out ban of the thermals across the board, just to give the law enforcement every toolbox in the toolbox in those 2 counties. The same thing we did with the shit antler deal. That gives us kind of a starting point. And then down the road, if if the commission in the future thinks that it's getting abused in other counties, it can get looked at down the road. But I absolutely, unquestionably believe it's getting abused down there in those two counties. So that would kind of be my recommendation today. And I do value predator hunting. My entire tenure on the commission, I've been 100% supportive predator hunting. I don't think anybody could ever argue that, but on this item, I just got a problem with it.
Yes, Commissioner Walther.
I'm still kind of digesting the direction that this proposed reg's headed. I think certainly open to discussion now that I have a little bit more of understanding that Tommy's kind of looking at particular counties versus statewide, that kind of thing. For me, looking at this and then looking back on some of the past meetings we've been having, talking about enforcement issues, talking about different areas where, the rules that we have now, the laws that we have now existing just aren't supporting the behavior. I'd kind of, wonder what everyone's flavor is. I think the timing's right to take, particularly with the end of a legislative session, to take a more broad look at the laws and regulations we have out there. I don't know if we do that via a new committee or joint committees, to really take a hard look at where could enhanced penalties potentially help law enforcement, what physical tools are lacking in the toolbox, not just in the thermal world, but throughout the department, and then what fixes need to be approached in a legislative fashion. I guess for me, I kind of step back thinking that way because for the past few meetings, we've been continually talking about areas, shed hunting, so on and so forth, where what we have on the books hasn't stopped the behavior. And so for me, I kind of looked at it as an opportunity. Hey, can we open up all of it, take a hard look at what enhanced penalties could exist, what fixes need to be done language wise, and physically what tools our law enforcement be better equipped with to do the job.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the commission at this time? Yes, Commissioner Bourne. There it is.
I am completely supportive of the 12 demerits. I think that's a good tool. I think because of the lack of the ability to adjust fines easily, that is a tool that we have to use. That being said, I voted against the thermal ban in committee. My reasoning being is I extremely disagree with what's going on in White Pine and Lincoln County, specifically as far as thermals when it comes to big game hunting. It puts a knot in my stomach. It's getting farther and farther away from hunting. And the old saying, money's the root of all evil. And here we are. That being said, I can't get behind taking tools away from predator hunters because big game hunters are doing the wrong thing. I just can't do that. Now, are we talking about the trail camera thing all together? Are we doing that all together?
Yeah.
Okay. The trail camera, that change, I guess I'll own it. It was a knee-jerk reaction on my part. and I will not support it now. I was wrong. Seeing everything that's out there and hearing from everybody. That being said, again, I'm fully in support of 12 demerits if you're past that August 1st deadline. Thank you.
All right. Anything else at this time from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
So I like to talk. In regard to the trail cameras too, I'm opposed to. I'd like to keep it at the same language that we've got. I do think it was mentioned earlier in public comment, ban in the month of July. It's basically, that's just kind of a backhanded ban of trail cameras in general. So I'd like to leave it. And admittedly, I love running trail cameras. So I've already got them out. I'm full for the 12 demerits though. I think if you're going to put them out, you should be willing to take them down. And I myself have no leeway if you don't, I know one item that's come up in the past with regards to that, August 1st date is the July 1st date in relation to the heritage tags and the silver state tag on the sheep tags. I'd rather leave the cameras as they are, and I would have no problem adjusting the start dates of the heritage tags, and it would have zero impact on those hunts. So I would just recommend that in the future. But yeah, I prefer to stick with our current trail cam regulation.
All right, good. Yeah, Commissioner Bourne.
And I would agree with Commissioner Cavilla on the heritage tags.
Yeah. All right. Anything else from the commission at this time? All right. Well, great discussion. With that, maybe let's put it out to some public comment here in Elko. How about any public comment in Elko regarding, again, agenda item 8B?
For the record, Chrissy Pope with the Nye County CAB. This, it was already mentioned, but it was very confusing at our CAB meeting because of the memorandum, it says that the thermal imaging would prohibit the use of any thermal imaging devices from July 1st to December 31st for any wildlife. But then you go into the regulation, and like you stated, it says while hunting or taking any game mammal. Well, a coyote's not considered a game mammal, so that was so confusing to us. So we ask that you guys pull this and definitely don't make a motion on it today because it's conflicting information that you've provided to us. And we are all in support of thermal imaging. And if you guys do go to counties, we don't want to be part of that. We want to offer thermal imaging in Nye County because we respect and we are very grateful for the predator hunters down in Nye County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Young, Henderson by trade. I'm also a criminal prosecutor in the state of Nevada for one of our counties and have been for over a decade. I don't represent the county in my official capacity. I'm here in my personal capacity, but it is my training in that trade for which I look at what's been proposed here today. And there is, in fact, as some of the members have mentioned, there is a conflict in the stated purpose of this statute or regulation to apply it to ban thermals for all wildlife. The actual language in subsection A says it would be a blanket ban, doesn't mention wildlife at all. In effect, it would ban any person in the state of Nevada from possessing a thermal device or a night vision device for any use. So all of you that have Ring doorbell cameras on your home, which are night vision devices and infrared devices, if you use the current language, would be banned as well. They would be banned from the store shelves at Sportsman's Warehouse during that time period if you look at the current language. So I'm opposed to it. I'm also opposed to it for several legal reasons. Again, I stated I use my training and experience when I look at these statutes. As we all know, this commission is subordinate to the state legislature. It is currently legal in Nevada to hunt predators and unprotected species with a thermal device year round. It is in fact open season. The state legislature has given this commission authority to create rules and regulations, but it's not unlimited. It has rules and bounds. We find those rules and bounds in NRS 501. NRS 501 states, and I quote, 501 subsection 015, quote, there is no close season on those species of wildlife, animals, or wild birds classified as unprotected. So as some of the commissioners proposed an all-out ban on thermal devices for coyotes, it's unlawful. This commission is without authority to do it. The legislature says there is no close season for unprotected species. So the regulation would violate the legislature's directive to this commission. Secondly, the effect, if we have an all-out ban on thermals, again, as it applies to fur bearer species, the entire fur bearer season is open for use of thermal and night vision devices. If we all-out ban, as proposed by the commission, that is closing the season for fur bearers for the means of take of thermal devices and night vision devices. Again, I look back at what the state legislature has told this commission, the rules and bounds that this commission has to operate under. Section.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your public comment, but it is limited to 3 minutes.
Can I just?
No, thank you. Okay.
Members of the Commission, Dan Gilbert, Vice Chair of the Clark County CAB. Appreciate what you guys do for all of us in wildlife in the state. First off, this item has come up before the CAB before. Chris Walther is a game warden that attends our meetings quite frequently, and asked him the question, what are the issues with being able to enforce the existing laws that we already have on the books? And his comment, and I'm paraphrasing, you can go to the transcript to find out what he exactly said, but essentially he was saying that it's difficult when you have a blurred situation, when you have potentially somebody that's in a camp, somebody's in a vehicle that is not a tag holder, that's potentially out there with the ability to be able to utilize that in a legal capacity with somebody that actually is there with the big game tag. When this item came up, it was debated very heavily. We had a good turnout for in our meeting, and I proposed a alternate regulation that in order to make sure that the people that are intended to have the effect of this regulation are, you know, the ones that it's laser focused on, instead of being a blanket to everybody in the field doing lawful things on unregulated animals, would be to outlaw it to be in a camp, to be in a vehicle, to be to have any information that was garnered from the use of thermal optics. So if there's 5 guys in a vehicle, 10 guys in the camp, nobody in camp could have it. If not, that would be a citable event. And that's what Chris Walther was essentially going to, was the ability to be able to see that. Aside from that, we're in a mule deer crisis in the state. You know, predator control has proven to be absolutely effective. You look back in the days when we were using 1080 poison. I mean, the mule deer herd was 10x of what it is right now. Now we've got a continued drought and the addition of the unchecked feral horse and burro population. We need to give the native ungulate species in this state all the help they can get. And I would very much recommend that you guys not take up a ban on predators of using thermals with predator control in the state of Nevada. Secondly, on the cameras, I'm glad to hear that there was some desire to go back to the original dates in the cameras. It would be an outright ban almost to go from 9 weeks to 5 weeks. 9 weeks is already anemic. 5 weeks would just be a ban. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Joe Blakesley for the record.
and I'm speaking for the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife and the Southern Nevada Coalition for Wildlife. Larry Johnson just called me and said that he can't get on Zoom, so he asked me to speak for the coalition and say that we're opposed to any thermal bans. And Mike Reese has asked me to do the same thing for the Southern Coalition. As far as the county things, I'd be interested to know what White Pine and Lincoln thought about this in their CAB meetings. I know Lincoln County has a lot of guys that like to hunt at night with thermals, so they should speak up for this. And I appreciate the attorney that just spoke, because we're talking about big game, we're talking about unprotected species, but we keep forgetting about fur bearers. This would take out half of the fur bearer season for a legal method of take for bobcats. And as we'll see tomorrow, there are a significant number of bobcats that are not taken by traps. They're taken by hunting. And as a representative of the Trappers Association, I feel the need to bring that up as well, because this slops over into the fur bearer realm. And we got a lot of cats this year. So anyway, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
George Forbush, representing the NPHA again. Kind of leave off where I left off at public comment. I agree with Commissioner Walther. I think this is a good time for us to get together and start talking about the laws that need to be actually increased and the penalties and so on and so forth above misdemeanors. I've talked to Chief Knight. She agreed with me that if you made this a gross misdemeanor, it would be easier to enforce because you remove those restrictions. As far as equipment, the game wardens need to have thermal. I know that they just got 3 last week, brand new in the box, and that's great, but thermal is line of sight. You used to watch a guy, he goes up on a hill and he goes up and over, you lose him, you can't see what he's doing anymore. I presented you some information on drones. There's drones out there now with thermal. You can use them for law enforcement purposes. There's still some restrictions on those. That's why I presented that to you. But if you had drones, you could watch these people. It will also help you with your shed antler problem, where people are out packing out antlers during the day. You watch them, you can film them, you'll be able to meet them up at the truck. You can use it for search and rescue, for lost hunters, lots of various things, okay? I think that's the fix, well, not necessarily the fix, but it is a piece of equipment that will help you enforce this specific law without punishing those who aren't doing anything wrong. And that's really what I like to see this commission do, that go down that road and carve out this whole, we're going to make it illegal that you can't use thermal for all wildlife. I think that needs to come off the table. I agree with Commissioner Bourne that if you want to increase the merits right now, send that message. But I think there's other work that needs to be done, and we need to go down a different path. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Rogers and Commissioners, Worth, Nelson, Lander, Cab. Didn't really come here today with any intent of standing up here speaking, but after listening to a lot of what's going on today, and then hearing Mr. Cavilla talk about the emerging technologies, I'd like to go back about 2 years to a statement that I read to this very commission. The Lander Cab has discussed, researched, and voted in favor of looking at some limitations concerning smart scopes during the any legal weapon hunting seasons in the state of Nevada. Technology continues to advance at a rapid pace into all aspects of life, including the world of hunting. As this technology advances in the hunting world, the wildlife continues to live in the same, yet struggling habitat that it has for years, decades, and even centuries. At our disposal, we now have scopes available that, with the push of a button, will range the intended target, gauge the wind speed, process this info, and illuminate an aiming point which matches the ballistic information which we have loaded into the scope. We believe that as hunters and conservationists, technology has reached a point that needs us to stand up and determine a cap on the advancement and its use in the hunting world. In the name of fair chase, we feel a need to begin discussion, hopefully action, on the use of smart scopes for hunting purposes in the state of Nevada. This was not pointed at thermal imaging 2 years ago when I read it, and it's still not pointed at thermal imaging. It is pointing at the advancements and where things are going. 2 years ago, if we had have actually discussed this, there were people in the room that very day that probably already had those scopes on their rifles. Today, there's probably 10 times as many. I know this is not the complete point of the discussion we were just having, but I felt the need to bring this back to your attention, and in emerging technologies, start with this somehow. Thank you.
Glenn Bunch, Mineral County. Our cab talked about this, and we made a recommendation to, since we were working on this, let's split these off, the camera on one topic and the thermal on the other, and give us more than two choices, A or B. Give us one this way, one that way, and one no way. But I went home from that meeting that night, and I sat there and something was bothering me. And it come to me about 11 o'clock. My very first meeting that I went to as a cab chairman in Las Vegas, I walked up to the podium and I made the comment, Mineral County Cab, we don't like this, we don't go for this. And I turned and walked away. I was about halfway down the aisle and the chairman said, Mr. Bunch, back to the podium. He says, don't walk up here and tell me you don't like it, you don't want it. Tell me how to fix it. You don't have a fix? Don't bother me. We know you don't like it. We know these people don't like it. We need a fix. So I thought about that. What could be a fix? And the one that I come up with for me is, okay, we have licenses for trappers. We have other licenses for different things. Why don't we have a license for the person wanting to put out trail cameras? We know who they are. We know where they're at. And if a camera's in, it's got a number on it, we can track it. Why don't we have a license for the people with thermals hunting predators? A predator hunting license. That way they cover the thermal part. And if they're hunting, they're in a party, and someone in the party gets a deer tag or a big game tag, anyone in that party who has one of those tags have to turn it in, so that if they're out there and the game warden comes in, they know that that tag has been turned in, and if someone got a gun, they're in trouble. I'm just trying to figure a way to work that as to make everybody, they can go out there with their thermals and hunt them, or their others. So I just wanted to put that out there, that we've seen a lot of changes in the commissions and the department. I mean, at no time have I seen any of the chairmen in the later generations tell somebody walked away, come back and tell me how to fix it. Don't tell me you don't like it. And so I've been here 38 years. I've seen a lot of changes, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunch.
Steve Marcus, White Pine County. What Commissioner Bourne said earlier, at our meeting, one person, one member of the public. 2 meetings ago, 2 people. We have nobody. So we have not a lot of public input. So our directions of what we have to go with what we feel. So with what Commissioner Caviglia said is exactly the way we went. Although it's anecdotal and it's hearsay, we have people running thermal night crew, day crew. They were running thermal nights, looking for the trophies, passing on to days. They would go hunt them up. We have that border, and it's all mostly it's down south of us. We have another where a guide is using thermals at night. So we're tending to go away from that, but the predator part of it's fantastic. We agree with that. So we're kind of stuck in the middle. So we're just kind of middle of the road right now, but we feel something needs to be done out there. We're on that border and we're getting a lot of crossovers and they're coming over and raping us. Anecdotal, the person that was caught shed hunting is setting trail cams January 1st on the elk shed areas. Coming over, taking the horns. He got caught this year. That's great. Fantastic. So we feel that something does need to be done, but we don't think they should be totally banned. And that's where it came in. We had a problem with the reading it as in Nye County did, where it said wildlife and then it switched over to big game. We would like the verbiage changed to big game mammals, making coyotes and predators exempt as far as the thermals go. The trail cams, we would like it just to be one day, one date instead of 2 dates, because you're still going to have to be out there getting them anyway. So if we could change the heritage tags or whatever, we would like August 1st. And as far as the demerits, we would like to see 12 on both sides of the fence, cameras and thermals. And that's what we came up with. But like we had no input. We just have to go with what we feel. So thank you.
Thank you.
Luke Rice for the record. Greetings, commissioners and chairman. When we start to talk about the regulation and ban of thermals from July 1st to December 31st, we have to pose the question as to who's it affecting. Yes, of course, it may be affecting those who are using it to poach big game, but it is mainly affecting those who are using it in the proper manner. The real issue is not the thermals, it is the hunters who are misusing the equipment in which we are talking about today. And using a blanket ban is not the solution that is needed, but rather we should be penalizing the hunters who are in fact misusing it. The Nevada law already prohibits the use of thermals for big game at night, so when we're here talking about a restriction to be put in place for which there's already a law in place, it feels like rather there's just nothing being done to solve the issue that was already at hand. I think that if the conversation was about increasing the demerits from 3 to 12 for those who are caught using thermal to hunt big game specifically, we would rally in support of that. And it might actually help, but putting a blanket ban on thermals is completely outrageous and unreasonable and taking it much further than it should ever go. This also classifies as a Second Amendment infringement, as this regulation will prevent individuals from being able to effectively defend themselves. Thermal scopes are tools of responsible defense, not crime. Their prohibition would unlawfully burden the right to effectively exercise self-defense, especially in rural or remote areas in which Nevada is classified as 87%. It seems to be, when you look more into the topic of the ban of thermals, it is acknowledged on how much it actually affects the coyote hunters, in which I am one. It also seems today that there is a wide acknowledgement from everyone that it is an enforcement issue, and that should be acknowledged before any further decisions are made. I kindly ask you today that you would reject the proposal to ban thermals during big game season. Thank you.
Carrie Taylor, Washoe County resident. I want to tie this issue into the sportsman's questionnaire that was reviewed earlier before the break. And one of the comments that was made in the audience, and I've heard it reflected a little bit in some of the speakers, is that you're not getting interest from the public in hunting, and you're not getting interest from the public in some of the things that are going on. As a non-hunter, I can tell you right now, part of that reason is because your culture, the hunting culture, is perceived as not having limits, as not respecting the environment, as not respecting animals, including predators. And I definitely believe that whatever you can do to create some limits and to prevent some of the problems that are happening would greatly increase the public's perception of hunting and in a positive way. I think that reducing thermal imagery is something that could be done across the board in so many ways. And I don't it would be interesting to see what a lawyer would say about the whole Second Amendment thing. That was an interesting proposal. Whatever you can do to preserve wildlife whose brains are the same as they were centuries ago, just like ours were. When you think about it, our brains are the same as they were 15,000 years ago for the most part, and we have all this technology. We're not even able to handle our own technology. And now we're inflicting some of that on wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Chairman and Commissioners. Bryce Screen again for the record. I just want to start by saying I think it's funny that you have some aunties here today because they're not afraid to admit what this is about. They don't care about deer, but they do love to see our rights taken away. They and now can't afford to love and hug the coyotes. Now, it does seem like even the commissioners that are in support of this change do have deer at the root of their concern. I can see that. And I am not a wildlife biologist, but I can 100% guarantee you that through preventing predator hunters from using thermal imaging devices, you will lose more deer to coyotes than you ever would have to poachers, hands down. It is extremely counterproductive to ban them, and it's simply logically inconsistent. And going to counties individually also makes no sense. So even if you hypothetically have a personal vendetta against thermals, which I don't think you guys necessarily do, but even if you hypothetically did, the public stance has been made extremely clear today. This cannot be enforced, and this commission does not have the authority to pass this change that transcends matters of just hunting and enters the discussion of Second Amendment rights. We ask today that you reject the proposed change not based on opinion, but rather out of necessity for the many legal reasons brought up earlier and the simple lack of enforceability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brian Hooper from the Humboldt County Advisory Board. Watching a few things today, one that was said from the county advisory boards, there's not many, and I believe there's several here, that there was over 17 people at our advisory board, mostly specifically based on this, the technology portion of what's happening. And to a person, they said, why are we taking this away from the lawful person instead of enforcing it, as you said? Many of the recommendations that we had were the same. 12 demerits, which we see that's going to happen. We think that's a great deterrent. But the gentleman did the graphs earlier, brought up a good point. How are we getting this information out to me? And to use Mr. Bunch's thing, a solution. I know we have Operation Game Thief out there, and rewards can be done if you turn somebody in, but are we advertising that to the public? Much as she just said, are we getting out there to the public? Are we offering this? Are we going to a news outlet? Do we have advertisements? Is there something on one of the web pages or the potential app that's in the future that says, hey, did you know if you see this happening, you can turn that person in? They've many of the people that are avid predator hunters that have already said it, they're out there. They're going to enforce it. They're going to turn you in. Nobody wants to be a tattletale. Don't misunderstand me. But if they understand that the results are you're losing your hunting privilege for a year. It came up earlier also about can you keep your points forever? Well, maybe that means you get 12 demerits. Maybe it can be taken to 24 demerits, and that individual loses their points forever. Now, if you've been putting in for 24 years for sheep and all of a sudden you decide to go out hunting, that could be a discouragement. So I just ask that we potentially, table part of this and look at it. How can we get it advertised to the public so the public knows also, and will turn those people in so that the people who are doing it lawfully can continue to do what they've been doing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Greetings, Commissioner and Chairman. Bella Screen for the record. I usually try not to come up here and speak because I don't like to, but today I had no choice. I leave it to my husband and everyone else to present all the facts, of which there are plenty, as to why this change makes no sense and really achieves nothing. But I just want to say this. We are not criminals and we don't deserve to be treated as such. My husband and I show up to all of these meetings and fight so hard because we want to share this passion with our kids, of which we have one on the way. Today it's thermals, and In a few months, when you realize that people are still poaching deer with lights, we will have to meet to ban what? Flashlights during big game season? After that, you'll realize poachers don't care when big game season is, and you'll ban all night hunting year round. Then you'll realize that poachers are still poaching with whatever they can get their hands on. Lights, thermals, night vision, day or night, in season or out of season. And all of your efforts were in vain. The clear solution isn't banning technology because it's new or because poachers might use it. Poachers are already not allowed to hunt at night. Yet here we are discussing the use of nighttime equipment because of a criminal. The clear solution is good law enforcement and good investigation. It may even help to increase the punishment for those who are caught poaching big game with thermal. But to ban thermal during big game season is punishing those who have done no wrong. Even if I was a game warden, I'd know the difference between someone going out at night to poach deer or shoot predators. Where's your e-collar? What brand e-collar is your favorite? Where's your tripod? Why do you choose that tripod? What caliber are you shooting and why? What is your favorite sound for yotes? How are you setting up your stands? Are there yotes in the truck bed? We just want to see this stick around long enough to enjoy it with our kids, because we aren't criminals. And with that said, I kindly ask that we refrain from passing any of these nonsensical changes for, at least 25, 30 years or so we can enjoy these hobbies with our kids. Thank you for your time.
Jake Romanos for the record. I think there's been a lot of great advocates for the thermal imaging, so I won't touch on that. I'll make it brief, but I just want to make sure that the commission understands on the trail cam aspect that this would only hurt the people that don't get to spend a lot of time in the outdoors. I've been on both sides of it. I fought fire, so in the summertime, you're gone a lot. And I utilize trail cameras to do a majority of my scouting. I've also been on the guide aspect where we're out there 200 to 300 days a year. It's not going to hurt those people who are getting paid to be out in the field. They're going to find the animals. They're out there glassing. So I would just like the commission to realize that that would really be more of an attack on the people who are not paid to hunt. So thank you. Thank you.
Zay Morai for the record. I would also like to touch on the trail cameras again. It's no secret, Nevada, we're a great quality state. Our animals are phenomenal all the way across the board. Antelope, deer, elk, sheep. Every year there's giant animals getting killed. This comes with few tags. It takes not uncommon to take 15, 20, 25 years to draw an elk tag, 25, 30 years to draw a sheep tag. I just think it would be a real shame to limit those people that want to make the most of this potentially once in a lifetime tag and take one of the most useful scouting tools away. We can't use them during the season. It limits that. I understand the 4 heritage tags that are conflicting there, but for the most part, for your average hunters, it would be a real shame to take that item away from them. Not only to take the scouting away from them, but it gets people excited to go out to the hills. It's fun to go check your trail cameras. You drew that tag. It's fun to go see what's out there. We want more people out and about in the hills. So I think everyone's kind of on the same page, but I'd really like you guys to think about that before making a decision on it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other?
DJ Wilson for the record. I'm from Winnemucca, Nevada. I did have a whole big speech planned. It has already been covered in spades. I would have to say that with the law that's on the books now, no big game hunting or scouting with thermal imaging is exactly what we need. The biggest thing is we need to give our Fish and Wildlife law enforcement officers the resources to do their job. I'm fully in support of the 12 demerits. In a lot of ways, I don't think Nevada's tough enough on people that are poaching and things like that. But that's pretty much what I have to say on the matter. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment here in Elko? All right. Seeing no additional comment here in Elko, we will go to Zoom. And I did want to preface with those that are on Zoom today that if you do wish to make public comment, you need to hover your mouse over the heart. Excuse me, hover it over the heart to be able to then raise your hand. All right. So with that, how about any public comment via Zoom?
Rich Gonzalez for the record. I just wanted to point out as I watched your guys' agenda today that it seemed like every topic, including the surveys, there was a lot of factual data that was put in place for you guys to be able to make decisions or propose things. And I don't see any data in place for a thermal ban, even between the two counties. So I'd love to see some factual data in place before there's any kind of change. If there is, I'm totally opposed to it. Another thing about the change in the time frame during the big game season is once those animals go hard horned, you can't see the horns. So it'd be very hard for an outfitter to even really sit on them during the daytime or the nighttime. Once that blood flow is stopped to the antlers, you cannot see. You'd have to be within 100 to 200 yards of that animal at all times to even just catch a shadow of the horns. So your guys' time frame doesn't even jive with the technology, to be honest. And I'd also like to point out for Commissioner Bourne, I want to thank you for doing something that most people can't do. It takes more of a man to stop and say I'm wrong in a public forum. And I would advise the guys that aren't educated in thermal to get on your list of talks and see if you can work something out with them, because what you did right there was really awesome. I appreciate you. So thanks for everybody listening.
Yes, this is Larry Staley for the record. And again, I just want to get on and oppose any kind of thermal ban. And unfortunately, I don't even agree with a county specific ban to Lincoln County and White Pine County. That would specifically affect me and everybody in Southern Nevada that likes to go north to go hunt. And that really would, especially all the boys in Caliani, Pioche, and Panaca that like to go thermal coyote hunt, and all my friends and buddies, that's what we like to do. And that would be putting a hindrance on us. So the one thing I'd like to bring up is that there already is this type of ban in a hunting situation, and it's with archery. During archery season, you are not allowed to possess a rifle. Doesn't matter if it's a 22, doesn't matter what it is. You're not allowed to possess it. If you get caught with it, you are cited. I agree with the 12 demerits as well. This needs to go into effect with big game tags. If you draw an Area 22 tag, guess what? You cannot be in Area 22 with a thermal, scouting, preseason, whatever. You can't be in there at all with a thermal. If you're caught, hey, you're subject to citation. So that's the route I think it needs to go. It needs to just go to a ban. If you have a big game tag for a specific unit, you cannot be in that unit with a thermal. Anybody in your camp, anybody spotting for you, glassing for you, doing any of that, can't be there if they have a thermal. I think that's the route it needs to go. And just like the lady said, talking about the presentation about the survey, hey, us thermal hunters are out there. If we do catch people making violations, hey, and we turn someone in, they said, what can we do for some feedback? Hey, and bonus points are brought up. If we turn someone in and they get a conviction or whatever's going there, give us a bonus point for a certain species of animal that we want. That's something I think is reasonable enough to do, that if you've helped with any kind of crime prevention, that you get rewarded either monetary or with a bonus point, saying, hey, we appreciate you. Here's an extra bonus point for helping us out. I also do agree that our law enforcement officers, the game wardens, they need this technology out there in the field. They want to be successful. If they want to have great investigations, they need thermal imaging, and it's what they need. So again, I oppose it, and I oppose any kind of regulations for it towards just a specific county or specific counties. I think it just needs to be, if you have a big game tag for a certain area, you can't be in that area for thermal hunting purposes or with the thermal at all. So that's the route I go, and I agree with the Clark County CAB. That's the route it needs to go. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hunter Morai for the record. I'd like to speak on my position for the regulation changes on trail cameras and thermals. I had a handful of stuff here to speak on trail cameras, but I'll keep that short. Feel like it's been kind of beat to death. Just kind of want to reiterate that a ban in July is kind of backhanded to all of our everyday hunters. Those of us that can't get out in the field all month of July, it's kind of pointless for us to run cameras at that point. That's been discussed. So I want to move on to thermals. Let's be honest, thermal optics are everywhere right now, not just in White Pine and Lincoln County. I'd argue more people are using them to locate big game than not, despite current regulations. I hear guys openly admitting or even bragging about their thermal use in locating big game. But how often do you hear about citations being issued? And I'm not talking about poachers. I'm talking about legal tag holders and average hunters using thermals to locate big game. If enforcement is the problem due to personnel, then banning thermals half the year is only going to affect those that already use them legally, primarily predator hunters. And that's the problem. Endo recently published that they spent $60,000 to remove 16 coyotes from White Pine and Lincoln County. I know people who legally kill that many coyotes in one day using thermals. And now you want to limit that tool, all while knowing Nevada has a predator problem. You're effectively eliminating the free labor for something that is very clearly expensive and ineffective for it if NDOT pays for it. If illegal use is the concern, let's fix that with real enforcement and meaningful penalties. Penalties that actually scare and deter hunters from using thermal devices for big game applications. Why is it not considered to implement much more serious penalties to make people think twice about using these items? The current penalties are not discouraging anyone. More restrictions that mostly punish law-abiding hunters is going to have an effect, only affect illegal use that it's going to have less of an effect on illegal use than you think it might. We should be encouraging responsible use, not banning tools to help us manage those predators effectively. So I'd like to close with, again, I ask, when is enough enough? Every year we watch regulation on hunter go up while numbers of animals go down. Hunter success rate today is essentially the same as it was 20 years ago. So is technology really the threat we're making it out to be? Are we all of a sudden so lethal that no animal lives? The stats say otherwise. We're all aiming for the same goal of healthier and more abundant wildlife in Nevada. Let's stay focused on the bigger picture and avoid over-managing the gear that helps us get there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanni Smith. I'm here to oppose the proposed ban on trail cameras and thermal optics. These are tools that are essential for ethical hunting, predator control, and responsible land management in Nevada. Trail cameras help hunters track animal movement, monitor herd health, and make selective harvest decisions. Especially in a state with short seasons and low draw odds, these cameras promote healthy deer populations by allowing us to pass on young bucks and focus on mature animals. Thermal optics are one of the few effective tools we have to manage coyote populations, which are a major threat to mule deer, elk, antelope, and livestock. Coyotes are most active at night, and thermal technology gives farmers, ranchers, and hunters a fair and legal way to protect our wildlife and livelihoods. All of us here use these tools responsibly and within the law. Punishing everyone for hypothetical misuse isn't the answer, and it's only going to hurt us law-abiding citizens. Let's start finding and penalizing the people illegally using them and not taking it away from everybody. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Joe Post, Alamo, Nevada. I'm here to oppose the ban of any kind of thermals or any kind of restrictions on trail cameras. I find it ridiculous that law-abiding citizens are being punished for using thermals when the problem is there's not enough enforcement against the people that are already using them for illegal activities with laws that are already on the books. Thank you.
Brent Pollock, Knight County, Nevada. So the proposal to make thermals a county issue, that's not going to change the effectiveness on how it's enforced. If we can enforce people to not use them during big game hunts right now, strictly making it a county issue, that's not going to change it. So you noted that there's a lot more trophy opportunity in Lincoln and White Pine County. Do you ever stop to think that maybe that's because those boys hit predators harder than anybody else? Predator hunting over there is probably more popular than the rest of the state combined. That probably has something to do with the trophy quality over there. So if we ban thermals for most of the year in those areas, you're probably going to see those herds go downhill and the trophy quality go downhill as well. It's also going to change your hunting pressure, and you're going to start seeing a huge increase of people that are doing thermal hunting in all the neighboring counties to White Pine and Lincoln if you close it just down in those counties. As far as making a change to have it to where you have a tag in your pocket, if that was restricted to only during your open season, I could be in support of that. But if it's going to be no use of thermal for that unit for the whole year because you have a tag, I think that's a little bit ridiculous if you're going to close it down for 6 months of the year because you have a tag that lasts 15 days. Thank you.
My name is Jenna Campbell, and I'm here to oppose the ban on thermals, which is a vital tool for hunters to control the predator control. We are law-abiding citizens in helping manage the population at no cost to Endo. But if this ban passes, the support will drop while the predator numbers will continue to rise. Punishing everyone for actions of a few isn't fair or effective. Thank you.
All right. So no more public, excuse me. So no more public comment via Zoom. All right. With that, I will bring it back to the commission for any additional questions, discussion, comments. A lot to unpack there. Yeah. So I'll wade out in the water here. So I appreciate all the public comment and all the correspondence that we've received, and I've talked to a number of folks offline as well. So I hear everybody loud and clear. However, there is absolutely an issue with thermal cameras in certain counties of this state. And the abuses that are going on with them. I attended the WAFWA, the Western Association Fish Wildlife Conference here a week ago, and attended some meetings with various commissioners from around the Western U.S. And the number one unsolicited item coming out of these commissions has to do 100% with technologies and the advancement in these technologies. And it's not just limited to trail cameras and thermals. I mean, there's stuff that's out there. There's stuff that's going to continue to come up. This is in my opinion, this is a very big issue and a problem that's only going to get worse and worse. So I also agree with Commissioner Walther on some of these, law enforcement issues and having us as a commission look at many of the current laws that we have and the enforcement of those laws. I couldn't agree more with that. That's a longer probably a much longer timeline and a much longer process to go down that road, but one I definitely think we need to do. However, that doesn't necessarily, address today, right? And the issues that we have today, and how do we find something, some middle ground, if you will, that is going to work towards solving some of the major problems that we have, and yet, try or attempt to satisfy everybody. So with that, kind of where my head is at today, specific to trail cameras, I think that, to Commissioner Cavilia's point, I think that, leaving the trail camera date to August 1st, I mean, I could definitely support and get behind that. And then eventually looking at, I know it was talked about, but eventually looking at potential heritage tags and moving some dates there. So as far as the trail cameras and leaving that at an August 1 date, again, I could support that piece of the puzzle. In terms of Commissioner Cavilia's notion on maybe limiting to a couple of the counties, I think that it is clear that, again, the majority of the abuses that are taking place are probably taking place in the two of the most productive counties in the state of White Pine and Lincoln. So anyway, ultimately, I guess where I'm going with the thermals is I do support a total ban of the thermals, and specifically in again, I could support in White Pine and Lincoln County, to Commissioner Cavilia's point, and as a starting point, and if we need to, tweak and change and whatever from there, we can certainly do that. But at any rate, just putting it out there, that's where my head's at with things. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, I guess I'll weigh in on this. Regarding the trail cameras, I support the trail camera with the date being the 1st of August, and definitely the 12 demerit points. I think that's a big piece that if we don't have the teeth to enforce something, nothing's going to change. As far as the thermals, again, I support the 12 demerit points. I understand what's going on in, White Pine and Lincoln counties, but I do hate to penalize the predator guys for using them. So right there, I'm still trying to digest some of that. Like I said, I understand the abuse. We've talked about that. I've been on the commission for 9 years now, and it seems like these issues all pretty much start over there. And so, yeah, so how do we fix that? And so that's, do we have to do an all-out ban to correct that? I hope not. But so I guess that I don't quite know what to do with that one yet, because I don't want to penalize the predator guys for using them, but we got to stop this illegal activity with on the game animals.
Commissioner Walther, and then Commissioner McNinch.
So I'm with you, Chairman, and Commissioner Barnes on the trail cams. I'm all for increasing the demerits, leaving the dates as Tommy suggested. And with as far as the thermals, I fully recognize there's an issue there that needs to be addressed, and I recognize that we would likely want to do it sooner rather than later, and that my suggested process probably takes longer, and there's also some significant unknowns there, because it would require, in this instance, in my mind, it would require some legislative fixes, increasing the category of the penalty to a gross misdemeanor. I think up to and including, you look at 501.375, when we are talking about these types of regulations or violations, we've got an issue with the description of our warden's duties in that section. And I'm sure Christy could chime in here, but it's not just affecting a ban on the use of thermals during a big game season or as a tag holder. So I think in my mind, that needs to really be talked about within the department and the public. Those that are here today talking about, well, yeah, we don't want people out there scouting and hunting big game with thermals. But an all-out ban is not where we need to go. We need to think about what ways to equip law enforcement. And one of those, there's a problem right within that statute that really only allows for PC searches or non-warrant searches to be conducted in a scenario where there's reasonable belief that any wildlife taken or held in violation of the title. So I think I don't have the language fixed today, but certainly would be happy to work on it and think about it, of broadening PC searches to circumstances where there's reasonable belief of violations of commission policy and the title. So I fully recognize Alan's getting the wind back in his sails from getting out of session. But I think those are some things that we really need to take a hard look at.
Chief Knight, do you have any comment on that?
Christy Knight for the record. Specifically on that, no, Commissioner Walther and I are on the same page with that. It is a much broader fix to be able to get the teeth that we need in our laws. There are many loopholes throughout. And as he said, technology will continue to advance, and how do you keep up on that as it currently is? So I'm on the same page with Commissioner Walther. That is a broader subject that's going to take a lot more. It'll take legislative change as well as regulation changes to get to where we need. And it's a long drawn out process.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, I appreciate the we've had conversations up here about emerging technology. So no good deed goes unpunished. I think that it's arguably going to be one of the most important committees that this commission has moved forward with personally. It's all about relevance and finding where's that line. Where's the line? Technology is incredible. We talked about the gun where you punch in a couple numbers and hit a button and it'll shoot when it's ready, with high accuracy and high lethality. And you know, where are those lines? And all this conversation it's challenging everybody to think about ethics and fair chase and where are you at? Where do you really stand? It's just challenging. What I worry about sometimes is we haven't talked a whole lot about how it benefits or not benefits. I understand the concept being you remove a predator, it's going to benefit game. Okay, I've heard it for 20 plus years. I've heard that idea. It's hard to argue that one less predator is going to help, something else maybe survive for a while. But that's nature. You know, predators eat things. That's what happens. And, just wildlife management, first thing you learn in wildlife management class is you got to have the balance. You still got to have predators. Otherwise your ecosystems collapse. It's Kaibab Plateau, Yellowstone. There's a lot of examples out there. So there's a balance here. I appreciate the conversation because I think it's the first of many, many really complicated conversations. Where is your line? Are you okay with the masking technology that masks human presence? Deer can't pick you up. It affects their ability to see people.
That's a real thing. It's out there. It's mind boggling to me. Is that your line? Is it okay? Some people don't see a difference between why you'd use some technology or why you justify it for one species but not another. Some people don't see those lines. Some people see treating all wildlife equal in the sense that when you apply an ethical concept or fair chase concept to one species, why doesn't it apply to all of them? Where are those lines and how do you go about it? I do appreciate the idea of increased enforcement. I've said that for a long time. How do you encourage voluntary compliance? Nobody's implying that anybody in this room or anybody that hunts ethically is a criminal. That's not what this is about. Nobody's saying that any of you are criminals or that you're doing criminal activities. It's just a process to challenge your lines because technology is going to go way past what we're talking now. And, where it lands, I don't know. I think it's important to have the conversation, and I appreciate that we're having it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
One thing that's been touched on a couple of times is the law enforcement aspect. I don't know in the last 5 years if there's been one day where we had full enforcement, maybe right now, but before this, we have been absent one game warden, I believe, in either Eureka, White Pine, or Lincoln counties. We've had a position open. We need help over there. We have 3 game wardens at best when all positions are full for a landmass that might be the size of Kansas. We need help. We can have all the laws in the world, but we don't have the people to enforce them over there. We just don't. I'm not blaming NDOW. I know that it has to go through a legislative process, but somewhere we need that help. And one last note, there were 3 young people over here this morning. It did my heart good to see them here.
Although it looks like we bored them to tears. They left. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
All right, just a couple more comments, but everybody gets up here and speaks like we're banning predator hunting. We're not banning a method of predator hunting. That method of predator hunting is absolutely emergent technology. It's relatively new to the world. That's why we're having this conversation. Every other option you have on the table to predator hunt that everybody's been doing for eons, it's still there, right? I just want to point that out. But I think our White Pine County representative, White Pine County is aware of what's going on. I think the guys in Lincoln County are aware of what's going on. They may not want to get up here in a public meeting and recognize it, but we had a public representative that did. I'm in the same boat. I talk to individuals. I'm from White Pine County. It's going on. You cannot deny the fact that it's going on big game. I think anybody that got up here and tried to say it wasn't, and it's not. It's just on a bigger level than just I think what people want to admit in a public setting. But with that, I mean, I know earlier I said I wanted to keep it at the commission level, but I wouldn't be opposed to take it back to the Emergent Technologies Committee. And then I wouldn't be opposed to have the department look in lieu of a flat out ban. If the department believes we could write some language that would, because all the Emergent Technologies Committee was doing was trying to give the department the tools in the toolbox to enforce it, right? And their concern was the individuals on the hunt that are assisting the hunter, not the tag holder. You have to be able to go beyond the tag holder, and you have to be able to get that person. But I would ask the department, maybe we go back to the Emergent Technologies Committee meeting and see if there is some language that they think gives them more enforcement tools on the thermals. Maybe we could have that discussion there. Obviously, this language too, if they were to say no, it needs to be the flat out ban, and we wanted to put it in a specific counties, we could clean that language up in that committee. I just
I would just kind of recommend that today. Maybe we drop it back down to the committee, that portion of it. What I would like to see today, though, is I don't think there's anybody opposed that and I'm not making a motion yet, but I'm just saying, we would recommend that the two components of demerits, the demerits for the thermals and the demerits for cameras, we forward to a future workshop at the commission so we could break it out. Leave the camera seasons as you said. The thermal imaging regulation regarding the ban, put that back to the committee, but the portion of it specific to demerits, I'd like to see get forwarded from today's meeting to a future workshop, because it's not even workshop today, but we could workshop it and then ultimately adopt it. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay. Perfect. Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Cavilla. And if he'd make that motion, I'd second it.
He hasn't made that motion yet. Anything else from the commission? Chief Knight, anything on your mind?
Christy Knight for the record. I'm not 100% sure we can separate them out completely because they're under the same CGR. We would have to, I believe, possibly break them out and do a separate CGR.
Yes, Commissioner.
That would be my ask. Yeah, at the next commission meeting, that's separated out, that we have a workshop specific to demerits, and then the other portion would go back to a committee. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Anything else from the commission? In terms of Commissioner Cavilla's comments, yeah, I mean, I would be supportive of coming back to the committee to figure out again some better language, something that we can have a little bit more discussion on and see what we can figure out. So, I'll leave it at that. Good. Anything else from the commission? All right. I think this has been great discussion. Again, I think to Commissioner McNinch's point, the technology committee is probably going to be one of the busiest, most active committees that we have, because again, the items are only getting better, more advanced, and again, how do we police these things where clearly there is a major problem going on? So anyway, Director Janae, do you have? Oh, okay. Easy enough. So with that, any other discussion, or does Commissioner Cavilla want to attempt to?
I'll go for it. All right. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to make a motion in relation to agenda item number B, trail cameras and thermal imaging regulation discussion. So the portion of that in relation to the trail cam seasons, we're going to drop that. The future discussion on the regulations regarding thermals will go back to the Emergent Technologies Committee meeting for further discussion. And that I would ask that at the next commission meeting, we have an agenda item specific to the demerits associated with thermals and trail cameras.
Okay. All right. So with that, we have a motion from Commissioner Cavilla. We have a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor with aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so that is 8B. We will close that and move on to agenda item number 9. This is appeal. Mr. Dallas Lewis, Game Warden Captain Jake Kramer. This is for possible action. Mr. Lewis is appealing the denial of his sub-guide license. So with that, is the appellant here today?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Chairman Rogers.
Oh, yeah.
Just real quick, I have to recuse myself
I've hunted with Dallas. I'm a friend of Dallas's, so I have to recuse myself from the discussion today.
Okay. Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Bourne?
I am also a friend of Dallas's, so I'll have to recuse myself today.
All right. Any other friends of Dallas around that we? All right. Thank you for that, gentlemen. So seeing none, Mr. Lewis, welcome. Yes.
Briefly, before you begin, I think we should just note for the record that Mr. Dallas did timely file his request for the hearing, I believe on April 30th, 2025. And notice of this hearing was sent on May 9th, 2025. There was a delivery failure. However, he did ultimately receive it via email and acknowledge its receipt on May 21st, 2025.
Yes. All right. And actually, Mr. Lewis, bear with me 1 second. I see Dag. I apologize, the last name.
It's Ostunio. And I'm sorry, I'm having really bad connection issues.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to see if you had any comments or anything of procedurally that we needed to touch on before we begin.
So I'm not quite clear. How many commissioners are recusing themselves? Do we have a quorum issue? Especially with, let's see, is it member Mario Walder is going to kind of help this case move it along? Is he going to also?
No, so I'm not recusing myself. There is no direct conflict. My role today is to help the commission through their procedure only, so there's no conflict issue arising there.
And we have I was just going to say, Dag, that we do have 5 commissioners.
Okay.
I think you froze up again there. Are you still connected, Dag?
I'm still here. I'm sorry. I don't have any concerns then. If you have any questions, I'm available. And if you'd like me to do a closing statement at the end of the case,
okay,
I can do that.
Okay, perfect. All right. Sorry about that, Mr. Lewis. But yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Dallas Lewis, and I'm here to appeal my sub-guide license denial. I feel like I got a suspension. I think that it should go at the time of conviction or whatever, when I got the ticket for it, for trapping. I'm in here for baiting of trapping is what it is. And it was just a big misunderstanding. I went to a trapping school, and the guy there was using sheep wool on his traps. And so I seen it and I thought, well, that's what I see everybody else in, like around. I've seen other traps where they have that felt stuff that looks basically like wool. I was like, well, that's what everybody's using. So after that trapping school, I got back, bought a bag of it, took it out, put it on a couple of my traps. I didn't even put it on all of them. I just put it on a select few, and ended up, the game warden came, see my traps, seen that sheep wool on there, and then he called me, talked to me about it, and he pulled it out of his pocket, and I told him, he's like, what's this? I was like, it's sheep wool. And he's like, yeah, that's what I thought. And he's like, that's baiting. And I was like, how is that baiting? I've seen it on other people's traps. Well, it was a misunderstanding that it was like stuffing what they were using. And that trapping school in Utah, he was using sheep wool. So I would really had no idea that I was doing anything illegal.
Okay.
And yeah, as soon as I got the ticket with the game warden, I got the ticket, I went and paid it. I was like, whatever I got to do to get this behind me. Like, I'm not here to break any laws or any rules. I have a business. Like, I'm not trying to do anything wrong. I trap with my kids, and that's the main reason why I trap, is to get them involved in it. And it's not like big, like trying to make money doing it. And so yeah, I got the ticket, and I went and paid it right away. And then we got talking. I sent in my guide license, and it got denied right away. And I was like, well, what the? Over a trapping violation, something like that, which was very minute. Like, it wasn't like I wasn't checking my traps, or, I was doing everything else right. And feel that it was a little, I knew a guy that also had done that. The kid that went to the trapping school with me too, he got caught in a different county doing it. And he got off on just, don't do that. And then I get a ticket, lose my guide license and everything. So that's what I'm here for.
That's just
Yeah, please.
have a question. So did you submit your renewal for the sub-guide application?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't there a question contained in the sub-guide application of whether or not you've ever been convicted of violating provision of Nevada wildlife laws?
Maybe I didn't see that. But I think there is, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that you answered no to that question?
I do not recall writing no to that.
But your renewal application was submitted after your February conviction, is that correct?
You are correct.
Right.
Prior to this, I've never had any wildlife violation.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Lewis?
Oh,
okay. Mr. Kramer, did you?
Jake Kramer, game warden captain for the record. So there's several things with this case. First of all, Mr. Lewis is a very likable guy. I think we could probably be friends. He's a very pleasant guy to talk with, and I've enjoyed our conversations. The problem with that the state has is with consistency in upholding reprimands, if you will, for violations, and accountability for violations that might happen. The violation occurred in January. He's correct. He did go right to the court and pay the criminal fine. And then we received his application in late February. So it was after that fact. As Commissioner Walther noted, that in the application on page 4, question 6C, it relates to a question on, have you ever been convicted of, and I can read it. Have you ever been convicted of violating a provision of Nevada's wildlife or boating laws or regulations or those of any other state or federal government? Mr. Lewis checked the box no. And this was a month after the violation occurred. That in itself is a violation of 504-671, which are grounds for denial, suspension, or revocation of licensing. However, that's just one. The actual denial was based not only on that, but on the fact that he had a baited trap set. I understand that he got information from a different state on what their regulations were. However, we as a state require higher standards out of our guides. This is a professional licensing and not recreational licensing. So we do require higher standards, which also includes that it's reasonable for a professional hunter or professional sportsman to research the laws of the state that they are participating in that activity. That would include on personal time and to gain information on trapping in a different state of Utah, and then applying that to Nevada law without researching that activity is problematic for us. Again, it's about accountability. It's about the professional licensing aspect of this and expecting more out of our professional guides. Also, the 6 months is based on 2 previous like violations that occurred just last year, where we've had 2 trapping violations on private time by sub-guides, and I did deny those licensing for 6 months as well. Those licenses were submitted, those applications later in the year. So that 6 months, basically they set out the entire year because of that. So that 6 months, I believe it was somewhere around August, is when we received their applications and denied them through the end of that calendar year. Mr. Lewis submitted his early on in the year. The 6 months would put him at September 30th of this year before he could reestablish his sub-guide license.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Walther.
Just briefly, Captain Kramer, I appreciate that the suspension was 6 months. However, just question, how long could the suspension have been?
So the suspension could be anywhere up to 5 years.
Thank you.
Hey. Any questions of Captain Kramer from the commission at all? Right. And I did have thank you, Captain Kramer. Yep. I did have a question for Mr. Lewis, and I was wondering how long have you been a sub-guide here in the state of Nevada?
Since I was 18.
Okay.
Since I was able to start being a sub-guide.
Okay. And trapping as well?
Trapping. I didn't start trapping till I was 23 years old.
Okay.
Probably.
All right. Perfect.
Then on that deal, I actually filled this sub-guide application out, one of 23, sent it off to who I work for, and I ended up getting my ticket on the 24th, the very next day. So that's why that says that I've never been convicted of a wildlife violation. That stuff right here, it says 123. I didn't get my ticket till 124. I worked out of state.
I appreciate that. I was unfortunately was looking at the master guide signature date, so I appreciate you clarifying that.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions from the commission at this time? All right. And Dag, just a quick question, or maybe even for Commissioner Walther. I mean, obviously this is an action item, but it's actionable from it's been a few months since I did one of these, actionable by the commission. So it's not something that as an action item we go out to.
No public comment.
Yeah.
However, I mean, Mr. Dallas has anything or excuse me, Mr. Lewis has anything in response to Captain Kramer's presentation, and certainly allowed the time to do so now.
With
Like,
I was going to say yes, Mr. Lewis.
yeah, I
with
just
that, if
was
you wanted to.
thinking like the 6 months or whatever. I was like, why can't it be from the time of violation? That's my thing, so I can hunt and do obligations the start of August. So that's why I'm here.
Okay. Anything else from the commission? Captain Kramer, if I could, maybe just one quick question to that effect. I mean, I saw from the end of March there through September, I think was the time frame. Is this traditionally what you in these situations that when you from the date that decision is made, or what's been traditionally done in the past?
Yes, thank you for the question, Jake Kramer, Game Warden Captain for the record. On professional licensing like this, it basically goes off of the date the application was reviewed and the date that the applications, in this case, is denied.
Okay. All right.
Is that likely because that's when it hits the department, right? So in other words, you could have somebody that picked up a conviction still operating under their master guide or sub guide license without knowledge to the department on the administrative side until the renewal is submitted, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Right. All right. Anything else, Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's no mechanism in the system that would, because I noticed in the ticket that there was notice to headquarters or something like that. So at that point in time, isn't there a review or a flag put on them at that time that there's been a violation?
Thank you for the question, Jake Kramer, Game Warden Captain for the record. There is some notice. It's quite a delayed process for me to get the notice of citations. It goes through the court first. And because it's, in this case, it was paid right away, there's still a process that takes time to get back through the court to notify the department, which goes through our dispatch office, and then eventually to my desk. So we're talking a lot of times it's months that goes by.
So in a case where somebody still has a valid license and you receive notice that there has been a conviction of some wildlife law, and you find out before the new another application is submitted, what would you do? What do you do? But do you notify them that, hey, your license is now suspended because you've been convicted of a wildlife crime?
So thank you for the question. The way I'm understanding your question, Commissioner McNinch, is if they are currently licensed, what would I do if I found out about a conviction?
Yeah, a wildlife conviction. Right?
Okay. If they're currently licensed, then yes, I would take action against that license through my review process. Yes. If I could just expand on that, if they are currently not licensed, so their license that lapsed at the end of the calendar year, and then we're still waiting for an application for the current year, I don't reach out to anybody because I don't have an application or an active license to deny or to take action against.
Right. So basically, what the application process, the expiration, it's just it's a place where how would I say it? It's where you're going to catch up to things ultimately. Theoretically, that's the idea, is that you're going to catch up to it right there. So maybe things are kind of moving along, maybe things have happened, but here's this spot where there is going to be a review. You are going to catch things, you are going to address them accordingly. But otherwise, the system is, just because the convictions occurred prior to or after the application has been submitted, doesn't make it that it's okay still to have that license. There's still an issue there.
Yeah, if I may expand on that a little bit.
Help me out a little.
So let's say, for example, the situations that happened last year. Let's say those 2 trapping violations occurred in January. Those 2 individuals, sub-guides, did not apply until August. That's well over 6 months, which is where I went on this as far as the denial timeframe. In that situation, if we went off of the conviction date, there would be no penalty at all administratively for a guide having violated a Nevada wildlife law. So again, we go off of the date of application, the review of the application, and then set that as the standard going forward for basically notice of whether we're denying or suspending a license. Does that help, sir?
Yeah, and yes, thank you. And I think also, I guess where I'm heading here is that if somebody if there's a violation today, the application's submitted tomorrow, it doesn't exonerate people for the next year, basically, or several months because it occurred prior to maybe, okay, so maybe the application was filled out truthfully, you know, I'll accept that, that idea, but it still doesn't mean that it's, there's been a violation still. Nonetheless, you're aware of it and now you've got to deal with it is what I'm saying. It doesn't make this valid, and everything else invalid because it was submitted after a violation.
Correct. I take in the licensing for a sub-guide is for a calendar year. And I look at the calendar year as a substance, you know, as far as what happened earlier in that year. Were there any violations? Were there not? Criminal histories. We do background checks every year on guides. So that would take into consideration such as, you know, things like DUIs, domestic batteries, things like that that might have occurred earlier in that year. That's still weighed during that application process. So yeah, even if it didn't occur at that time or after the application, it is still considered throughout that calendar year's application period.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the commission? All right. Thank you, Captain Kramer. Anything else procedurally we need to do?
Just move, unless there's further questions or discussion, we need to deliberate, move forward with a decision.
Okay.
We can do it orally, but issue finding of facts and conclusions of law orally. In this scenario, simply a motion citing the fact of the suspension and its length, indicating that we've heard argument that satisfies us, either relieving him of the 2 months or not.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I'll just throw out kind of where my head is at with this. I did have a chance to review all of the material, and it was great to hear from the appellant and Chief Kramer. But where my head, I think, is at with this is, you know, we talk a lot about violations and looking at laws and making sure stuff has teeth, and I think this is one of those cases where there was clearly a violation. Certainly could have been a much greater sentencing time, if I heard Captain Kramer correctly, up to 5 years. So with that, I am everything I've seen, everything I've read in the file, I am supportive of the department's recommendation to I believe it was September 28th, so the full term of that 6 months. So I am supportive of that.
I'll jump in too. Mr. Lewis, I appreciate you being here today and presenting this. I understand, mistakes can happen. Unfortunately, in this scenario, I likewise, as I think the department and commission does, holds sub-guides and guides to a higher standard. And unfortunately, it's my opinion that you need to live with the consequences of that in the scenario. And but I do appreciate you being here and presenting on that.
Thank you. Anything else from the commission? Motion? I will go ahead and make a motion, unless there's any further discussion. All right, so with that, I will go ahead and make a motion for approval of the. Uh-oh. Suspension. Would you like to make the motion? Sure. Mr. Walter? Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Walter.
I would make a motion that the commission has heard argument from both sides, with the noted fact that Mr. Lewis's sub-guide license renewal was denied due to a conviction in White Pine County on February 6, 2025 for violating provisions of NRS 501.385 and NAC 503.157. That we have heard argument from both sides and make the motion to deny the relief of the 2 months.
Okay. And I will second that motion. However, before we move to a vote, the DAG, was there anything else procedurally that?
No, I think you guys got it. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So with that, I will second that motion. All those in favor with an aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right. So with that, we are through agenda item number 9. It is 1:40. I think maybe before we roll into some of the afternoon items, what did I say? That was wishful thinking. Yes, that's why. So yeah, so let's go ahead and maybe take a hour, maybe hour 15 to 2 o'clock. Do you think that'll? Yeah, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and stand adjourned. We'll start back up again at 2 o'clock. Gosh, wanting to use that thing. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and take our seats. We'll get started again here. All right. I think we got everybody in place. All right, with that, we will continue on with our meeting. We are on agenda item number 10. This is elk management plan and sub-plan direction for possible action. Game Division Administrator Sean Espinoza and Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody McGee. The department will discuss the revision of the statewide elk management plan, elk population objectives, and present options for the Wildlife Commission and county advisory boards to manage wildlife, to consider with the intent to provide the department with direction for reviewing population objectives and future elk management in Nevada. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. Just wanted to open it up with a few words before turning it over to Staff Specialist Cody McKee. So the 1997 plan, Elk Species Management Plan, has served us pretty well over the last almost 30 years for the benefit of sportsmen, landowners, and the general public. So it's had a good run, but there are some things I think that need to be addressed within that plan. So with respect to this particular item, there's 3 topics that I think we need to address, and that's the actual revision of the state plan, which Cody will go over. I'll highlight a few bullet points. Address the sub-plan revision requests that Elko County Advisory Board has made, and then what that might lead to elsewhere in the state, because that'll probably lead to some other requests for revisions of subplans. And then also to potentially consider an abbreviated process for a more efficient approach to revise those subplans. For the statewide plan revision, Staff Specialist McKee has revised and updated several sections of the state plan, including the history and recent trends, which reflects a broader reflectance of where we have been to date with respect to quotas and hunt season strategies. Biology of elk in Nevada, including habitat requirements, survival, reproductive behavior, and predation. Disease concerns, including brucellosis, chronic wasting disease, hemorrhagic disease, hoof disease, locoism, bovine viral disease, arterial worm, and seasonal elk mortality syndrome, which we'll have some further investigation on that particular syndrome coming up here in the next few weeks. Contemporary harvest strategies and objectives, our private lands program, which has come a long way, and then economics of elk in Nevada. Aside from the statewide plan revision, we have also developed 3 alternatives to consider for the subplan revision process with anticipated timelines, including alternative 1, which is our no action alternative, which is basically keeping things the way they are. A traditional subplan initiation and revision process is described in Addendum 1 to the Elk Species Management Plan. And then alternative 3, which is a stepwise process to achieve incremental objectives over a specific time frame. And this alternative would allow the department to develop a modernized and streamlined process for revising the elk subplans, which Cody will get into. And I wanted to thank Cody for his efforts with respect to providing revisions to date and updating the statewide management plan in a relatively short amount of time. Cody did a lot of work on that in the last couple of weeks, and I think he calls it a 50% draft. We might be a little bit over that, but I think that there's a lot of good updates in there with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cody McKee.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. That was a great overview and way to get this talk kicked off. You'll notice that I'm going to present several slides that we talked about at the March commission meeting. Oh, and I apologize, Cody McKee for the record. And the reason is I think that there's a little bit of a different audience today that's here to review the presentation, but I have narrowed it down quite a bit. And then also I want to discuss these alternatives relative to some of the county or to Elko County's request to revise the Elko County subplans specific to specific herds here within Elko County. And one thing that I want to clarify when I read some of the comments and have discussions with folks about the state elk plan and subplan process, there is confusion. The state plan that we're talking about today, that we talked about back in March, that's kind of the umbrella document that guides some of our management strategies, how we want to work with landowners, what does harvest look like, how are we going to deal with problematic elk. The subplans were a way to ensure that we were involving the local stakeholders in the process for identifying some of those issues, but also arriving at what a reasonable population objective would be within those areas. And those are these population objectives that we talk about. I have a slide later on within this presentation, and I'll probably mention that statewide we're close to what the state population objective is. There actually isn't a state population objective identified. What that is the aggregate of all of these individual subplans from local areas across the state to arrive at that number. So I just want to try and minimize that confusion before we get too far ahead of ourselves. And then also Sean mentioned that this was something that I was working on. There's been a lot of helping hands along the way, whether it's our area biologist, our wildlife veterinarian. They've all contributed to the revised document, this 50% document that we shared. And I look forward to hearing input on that document. And then also just the people before us over the last 25, 30, 35 years that both got the elk program kicked off, but have now kind of got us to where we are today. Am I doing something? Sorry, we're having a technical difficulty with the just like that. Okay, I can slide. No worries. Okay. So I'm going to break this talk down into two sections. Just an overview of this elk plan revision. And then at the second half of the presentation, we'll talk about these alternatives that we've presented to help guide us, the department, and how we respond to Elko's request to revise some of the Elko County subplans. Okay, so to get started, the original elk species management plan is a very prescriptive document that was adopted in 1997. And when I say prescriptive, I mean that there's a lot of management strategies and objectives that were identified within that document. And they really do have stood the test of time and are applicable today. So when it comes to us changing management strategies and actions, I think there's very few that we would take out of this document. There's some that we'd like to add. I haven't gotten to that part of the revision yet. So that would be the next time that we present this document to the Wildlife Commission. But we do know a lot has changed since 97 with the number of elk that we have in the state, some of the harvest objectives that we've been managing towards, as well as the general public tolerance for elk. And so in 2021, we asked the commission for permission to begin a revision of the statewide plan. That process had been delayed, but again, I'm happy to have been able to provide at least a partial document for the commission to review, as well as the public. One of the things that stood out to me about elk here in the state and getting us to the successful place that we currently are these three pillars or three themes. And when I reflect back through both the program as well as this document, these are the solid foundations for being able to say that right now I think elk is probably one of the premier programs, not just here within the state, but west wide when we compare it to our neighbors and the experience that they provide. And that is number one, is our ability to maintain these viable and productive herds. We have really high adult survival. We have very limited predation instances, and that's allowing our populations to be highly productive. In addition to that, as our elk populations have grown over time, we've been able to effectively eliminate, mitigate, and even prevent private land conflicts before they even happen. And I'm very proud in saying that I think the department, our biologists have done a great job in working and building relationships with landowners so that we can address these issues before they become elevated to higher places. So that's my way of saying I think we've got a great staff that's been doing a good job with working with our private land partners. And then finally, one of the major concerns is the elk program was in its infancy, and elk were being restored across the state, and elk numbers were low, were concerns that they would grow too fast and that we may not be able to regulate that growth. And with the help of people here in this room and those across the state, we've been able to effectively show that hunters are a great tool for regulating growth and keeping elk numbers at a sustainable location that is socially tolerable, but also biologically sustainable. So the elk species management plan revision, I think, could be more, would be better considered to be the modernization of this product, because again, a lot of the management strategies are still very applicable today, but we have a lot of information that we've gained over the years that we want to incorporate within this document. And I hope that within that revised product that we provided, you've been able to see a lot of great information that we've been able to succinctly summarize and provide to both the Wildlife Commission as well as interested public in our elk program. But I did want to just touch on a few topics to kind of demystify what we've been working on, some of the things that I see when I've worked through this process as being very interesting and something that I think helps tell the story about our elk populations. And so this is just going to be really a snapshot, and I've taken out quite a few slides from when I gave this presentation in March. So we'll hopefully be able to get through these relatively quickly. So first off, for some of our harvest management strategies, on the left, you'll see the strategies that were adopted back in 1997, around the time that the elk species management plan was finalized, and things that even within that elk species management plan were recommended as guidance for our populations. So first off, the elk species management plan directed the department to manage our elk herds to have 15 to 40 bulls per 100 cows to maintain the expected hunter experience and ensure that we have reproductively viable populations. What we have seen today is that number is more like 60 to 100. That's a model bull ratio. But in order to maintain success rates, quality, we know that that modeled value of 60 to 100 bulls that we're currently managing at is representative of the true bull to cow ratio on the landscape. And so over the last 25 years, we've definitely shifted in the composition of males within the populations. 75% of bulls that were harvested around 1997 were 5-point bulls or greater. And today, that's 70% of harvested bulls are 6-point or greater. So nearly identical in the proportion of bulls being harvested now are actually 6-point rather than 5-point from 25 years ago. So you're starting to see this theme of conservatism. The public has come to expect a certain experience in the field, and you've seen that our management strategies have shifted towards meeting that expectation. And so in 2001, we've collected teeth from harvested elk periodically since that time. In 2001, from a sample of about 200 elk, the average age of a harvested bull was 5.1. And the last year that we collected it, in 2021, the average age was 6.1 out of a sample of about 500 hunter harvested bulls. And so should we comply with the 97 plan, the hunter experience would be drastically different than it is today. And I just wanted to point that out. I also wanted to point out some of the trends in population growth over time. So this graph is dating back to 1997, the year that we adopted the statewide elk plan. And then on the bottom axis is year, and on the vertical axis is going to be number of elk. And so in 1997, we were at about 4,000 elk here in the state. Following 1997 to 2015, you'll see a pattern of near linear growth where we capped at just over 18,000 elk. And, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not doing a very good job managing my different screens here. You'll see here that we have capped it, or we hit a threshold of about 18,000 elk in 2015. I think a lot of people would think of that as the glory years. We issued almost 10,000 elk tags per year at that time. A lot of people had a chance to get out into the field. And I think now when we do hear concerns or complaints that there's not enough elk tags, I think it's because people had a chance to really enjoy things when we had a really good thing going. But the downside of us at 18,000 elk is that we were well above those cumulative population objectives that I talked about at the beginning of the presentation. So cumulatively in aggregate, the combined estimates or objectives get us to around 13,000 elk is kind of our mandated level. Anything over that, you'll see the department offer more tags. Anything lower than that, we typically back off. More recently, we've been around 5,000, 4,500 tags a year. From 2015 to 2019, you'll see that population rapidly decrease. And that was because we put a lot of hunters in the field so that we could meet the requirements that were set forth within those various state plans and ensure that we're being a good cooperator with respect to this program. And from 2019 to 2025, our population has been relatively stable. And I think that comes from 2 decades of knowledge and understanding how rapidly elk populations can grow, and that we're now way more responsive with respect to herds growing and exceeding their population objectives. And so this has given us a very good understanding of how to manage elk herds across the state. One of the other successful components of our elk program are our private land programs. Here I'm going to outline 2 programs. One was approved by the legislature in 1997. One was discussed within the statewide plan, but hadn't been formally adopted at that time. So the first is our elk damage program, and this is funded through a $5 fee on all elk applications. In 2015, the Wildlife Commission was afforded the ability to adjust the elk damage fee from $5 to $15, depending on need. I don't think that that's an issue at this time. But in doing so, the account balance has increased to about $2.1 million. And our net income through that program is about $450,000 to $500,000 a year, just from the $5 fee on elk applications. And this money is being used to directly prevent and mitigate elk damage across the state, either through the construction of fencing, direct reimbursement to landowners, or using it to fund administrative costs such as hazing equipment for department personnel. One thing that does concern me a little bit is when folks see that $2.1 million, they think that maybe we're not doing enough to deal with elk problems. And that's not the case at all. We spent almost $800,000 in the last biennium out of this account. We're extremely responsive when landowners come to us and have a complaint. I think what it speaks to is the overall level of tolerance that we currently have right now. There just aren't the number of landowners coming to us with problems. So that account balance right now is in a great place to deal with something that's big and unexpected. The other program that was discussed in the state plan but wasn't approved was our elk incentive program. And this program was intended to incentivize tolerance. So rather than having our elk damage program, which was designed to discourage elk from using private lands, the incentive program is intended to encourage landowners to allow elk on their property. The This program, in my opinion, has been widely successful in gaining the tolerance that I think we currently have right now. We've issued over 2,000 tags. I think conservatively, we estimate those 2,000 tags to be worth somewhere around $20 million plus on the private market, because these tags can be transferred when awarded to a landowner. They can be used, given to a friend, or sold. We've seen a really large increase in the number of people that have enrolled in this program since 1999. It's 900% increase. But despite the growing interest, only about 10% of our tags are issued through the antlered elk tags are issued to incentive tag enrollees. And I think that that's in maintaining public trust. We've done a really good job of finding a balance of working with our landowners, but also making sure that our sportsmen have the majority of hunting opportunity available to them. Okay, so now I wanted to just talk a little bit about our revised timeline. So the first 3 bullet points here are past efforts, and I'm not going to spend time talking about those. I'm going to fast forward you to the middle, June 2025, where we've provided this partial draft of the elk plan for public review and comment. Depending on how today's discussion goes, or other elements that may need to be added through the public process, I was hoping that we could have at least a close to final draft by September and finalized by the end of this year. But I would say, I think that depending on how we decide to address population objectives, that could extend the timeline a little bit, because I do think that population objectives will probably generate a little bit more interest than what we've seen today. And one thing I failed to mention early with respect to this timeline, when the commission provided us with permission to begin the revision process for the state plan, I reached out to several hundred stakeholders, folks that have been involved in elk planning in the past, to let them know what was happening, to encourage them to be involved. And I only received feedback from 2 people out of that list. And so I think that really tells me that right now the tolerance for elk is pretty high, and people didn't seem to think that that was going to be a hot button issue. But we also indicated objectives were not going to be a part of that process. And now that we're in this revision and we are talking about objectives, that could change. So in summary, we briefly touched on a lot of several different techniques and processes related to current elk management and how we would like to incorporate them into the state plan. And then again, we're really focusing a lot on information gained, not necessarily a lot of new prescriptions. I think we have a few things we will probably include in there for stakeholder review, but it's not that the back section where it's management strategies and actions isn't going to change a whole lot. All right, so now I want to jump into this section 2, and this might be one that is of more interest to people here. And this is related to Elko County's request to revise these subplans that we've talked about. The department interprets the request to revise the subplan as a means to adjust population objectives for herds here within the county, elk herds. I think there's a lot of tolerance for elk and a lot of interest in seeing more elk in certain places. For reference, we have 2 primary elk plans for this area, elk subplans for Elko County. That would be the Wells Resource Management Area Elk Plan Amendment. And among other areas, this includes the Goose Creek Management Area, Unit 76, 77, 79, and 081. Currently, the population objective for that area is 1,100 elk. And after several years of really high recruitment, that herd is getting closer to 2,000. We've increased tags this year, but we expect there's going to be it's going to take us a few years to get to this population objective that was developed in 1996. And then also the Western Elko County Plan, which includes units 062, 064, 66 to 68, roughly referred to as Big Six. Again, another population that right now is slightly over population objective. And because of elk distribution across different areas within the unit, it can be a little bit difficult for us to get enough hunters in the right places to get numbers down. So in response to Elko County's request and the commission's desire to kind of provide the department with guidance on where we can go from here, we've come up with these 3 alternatives that Sean talked about. And I'm just going to jump right into these. So for alternative 1, I'm calling this the status quo. Right now, our elk populations are productive in most areas of the state. We have a lot of tools in the toolbox in responding to private land complaints. And as I pointed out earlier, our biologists are really good at building relationships with landowners so that we can address these issues head on instead of them festering and taking time and becoming more of a problem later on down the line. And then finally, right now, Nevada is highly regarded as a premier hunting state. And kind of speaking to Bobby Jones's polling, I grabbed this highly quantitative survey off of Monster Muleys to show everybody just how widely regarded we are. So right now, according to 280 members of Monster Muleys, Nevada is the number 2 state for big elk in 2025. And I think I might argue we're probably number 1. And I think a lot of other folks here might as well. But I just wanted to provide a reference of the view of Nevada. It is hard. We can qualitatively say that we're a great state, but I think quantitatively our peers that hunt here want to hunt here also regard us in the same way. And the one other point that I wanted to make with respect to status quo, and I think I have to say this, why would we want to upset the apple cart? We're hitting the mark across the board with respect to conflict, with respect to productive elk herds, with respect to being able to provide hunting opportunity. And putting more elk onto the Nevada landscape does not mean that we're going to have better, bigger bulls for hunters to pursue. I think we're at a good place with respect to maximum sustained yield and well below carrying capacity, and those things have real implications. Now, I just think it's important for that point to be made before we jump into these other alternatives. Now, alternative number 2, this is a traditional process. So in planning for this elk revision and looking through a lot of documents, addendum number 1 from 2006, which is attached to the last 3 or 4 pages of the support material, was discovered. I'm not sure if anybody was a part of that process in 2006, but that addendum is a revision to the state plan. It's the only one that I'm aware of existing since 1997. I think that might be the only time that the commission has taken action on the state plan to provide revised guidance. Addendum 1 was intended to streamline the process for subplan revisions. It's an 11-step process. And some of the major milestones would include the commission appointing a chair, that then solicitation from over 20 different organizations, the formation of a steering committee, the identification of a technical review team, then the revisions, then the public scoping process, all of this to revise the entire document. It's a very comprehensive process and it would apply to each subplan. So right now we know that Elk is interested in 2 subplans. So it's the potential we would be doing this process for 2 different locations, 2 different steering committees, so on and so forth. One thing that I would refer back to from earlier is that I think the request being made is for population objectives. And so alternative 3 is asking the commission to consider a new approach to addressing population objectives specifically, not necessarily the content of the entire subplan. The commission's already established precedent for addressing content within the state plan with addendum 1. So we know back in 2006, the commission at the content that's included there and provide new guidance on how to go about revising subplans. And I've already heard from people that attended CAB meetings the last 2 weeks that other counties are starting to talk about their elk herds and interest in revising their subplans. And so we're talking about a domino process now where we could start with one county, but we may end up revising all 12 subplans over the course of the next several years just to adjust population objectives when tolerance for elk in the state, I think arguably, is at an all-time high. So alternative 3 would direct the department to address these population objectives at scale. And when I say at scale, I mean we could talk about all the objectives across the state at one time. Receiving input from our local stakeholders, ensuring that we're maintaining the social bargains that are associated with this process, but bypassing the long and potentially tedious process of revising 12 different subplans to really, let's face it, to get to a different number potentially. This is also going to be my recommendation is to kind of leverage what we are seeing as this current social tolerance so that we can make reasonable and responsible adjustments to population objectives. Not saying we need to jump in with both feet at this time, but can we make adjustments that are going to be socially responsible and digestible without having to go through a big long revision? And right now, one of the processes by which we've discussed this approach is to allow elk herds that have existing population objectives. So that is, we're not talking about places where there isn't currently elk or places where people are talking about changing how elk are being managed within an existing area. We're just talking about those herds with existing objectives to incrementally increase or decrease. And by incrementally, I'm saying that's just a small adjustment year over year to a provisional objective that through the public process and the Wildlife Commission, we've identified as a temporary objective over the course of several years. And we use the annual public cycle to review those incremental increases to ensure that we're maintaining our social bargains, maintaining productive populations. We're not experiencing additional issues on private lands. And we would review that through the resurrected elk damage subcommittee, which I don't think we've met in probably 7 or 8 or maybe even 9 years. But that would give us a great mechanism for people to come and talk about potential issues with changing elk populations on the Nevada landscape. So in closing, we provided you with these 3 alternatives in addition to some of the ongoing revisions for the state plan. I really think that the time is right for this commission to blaze a new path forward for elk planning and developing a new process for updating population objectives. But I also would acknowledge that even the discussion of elk population objectives like we're doing now and the potential adoption of either alternative 2 or 3 really is a win for Nevada. It's a win for elk and it's a win for sportsmen. And with that, I can stand for questions.
Excuse me. All right. Thank you for that presentation. How about questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Booth.
Yes, thank you very much, Cody. You know that in Humboldt County, they haven't had any changes to their elk management plan because the elk herd has decreased in size. You mentioned the increase in the population in Elko County. How about White Pine County? How does that compare to northern Nevada?
Commissioner Booth, you're asking how, like, the status of the current elk population in White Pine County?
Yes. What you on your display there, it indicated that we had 18,000 elk in the state.
In 2015, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And with the population of elk in Humboldt County decreasing and the population objectives met every year since the plan was developed, and now Elko County what are they asking for here, and how does it differ from Southern Nevada and White Pine, Lincoln County?
Yeah, so the To address your question specifically, both the elk populations in Management Area 11 and Area 22 are both right within population objective. I think they're kind of right in the middle. The objectives for those areas have a range of plus or minus 10%, I think. And I think right now we're in the middle. As far as numbers, I don't remember them off the top of my head, but I could tell you after the meeting or at a later time. They're doing well. As whether or not White Pine County would ask us to include their populations within this process, that would be up to them. I think another point to consider with respect to alternative number 3, if that was the route the commission chose, is that maybe there's areas where we have too many elk and we need to be decreasing the populations. And I'm not saying that's the case in Humboldt County, but maybe things are doing pretty well where they're at now, and there would not be a reason to make changes from the current population objectives identified for Humboldt County. Does that answer your questions?
All right. Anything else? Questions or? Yes, Commissioner Bourne.
As somebody that was on 2 White Pine County sub-plan committees, how hard is it going to be to get all the stakeholders involved back to the table? Because ours was an extremely arduous task the first time.
Commissioner Bourne, I guess it's hard to say if we're talking about population objectives within that process, that may bring more people out. As I pointed out during the presentation, I reached out to several hundred stakeholders that would have a vested interest in elk management back in 2021, and I received very little response. So drumming up support for the elk sub-plan revision process, that traditional process I laid out, it could be difficult. And if it's stalled or delayed, it may end up in a position where you get a year, 18 months down the line and somebody moves on or loses interest, and then you're trying to find a replacement. So it's been so long since we tried a sub-plan revision that it's hard to say exactly what it might look like on the back end.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess, Cody, so basically, if I'm understanding right, alternative 3, would basically create a living document that could annually be modified versus creating a plan that's set in stone till the plan is picked up again at a later date.
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla, that in essence, yes. I think through this current statewide revision process, we would at least have a codified document that discussed what this process looked like and probably even numbers, but annually it would be subject to review. So it may be an updatable appendix to the state plan.
And then I guess then my assumption would be if we went with alternative 3, if you had a county or a CAB that had a concern, annually they'd have the opportunity to bring that concern to the department to adjust the objective for specific areas within the state. And then I guess that's kind of how it would work.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
and
my
then
vision.
The question would be, so would we hold those meetings like prior to the annual quota setting? Would that be the?
Yeah, correct. I think as I've reflected on that, I think that would be most appropriate so that we could adjust our quotas based off of the input that we receive. If it's, frankly, if we decide we want to increase populations, we're probably going to have to take our foot off the gas in some areas, and sportsmen are going to pay the cost of that. So hopefully everybody's up for it. But then on the other hand, if we need to lower populations, we're going to have to get aggressive with harvest and use that tool to remove more elk than we had planned.
Yeah, I guess for myself, I like alternative 3 because it annually gives the opportunity. It annually gives the opportunity to have those discussions versus setting something in stone and we pick up another at some point down the road, 20 years later, look at it again. Just my thoughts.
All right. Anybody else at this time? One question that I had, Cody, and it's it's an opinion question, I guess, for you. Tough to answer. But given the lack of response, is the perception that, hey, the elk herds are doing great, so why mess with it? I mean, what do you think the sense is that there hasn't been much response?
I think it speaks a lot to tolerance. I think in the 90s, people were really concerned that elk herds were going to grow rapidly. They were going to affect people's livelihood. I think that we've done a really effective job at proving that to not be the case, or when we need to address problems, we have a lot of tools in the box to address them. So I think that speaks to it. Potentially, maybe there's other more concerning conservation issues happening in Nevada that's taking people's bandwidth. I think it's probably pretty complex. And we might need to have Bobby do a poll to help us answer those questions.
See what happens, Bobby. You win an award, and next thing you know, you're slicing you thin. All right. Anything else from the commission at this time before we send it out to anxious to hear public comment on? Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
I just have one comment. I'll say it on the record. I think we're number one for elk. So
there it is. It's on record now. All right. With that, let's hear from some public comment, if we could, here in Elko. Mr. Cooney up out of his chair quick today. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney. I'd like to thank you for considering this, and hopefully as we move through this process, it becomes, as Commissioner Gavilia said, a living document. During our CAB meeting, we went through, everyone there fully supports option 3, alternative 3. We felt that that was probably the most efficient, effective way to accomplish what the subplan basically are designed to do. So with that, thank you for your consideration, and I'd urge you to vote for alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
Chairman Rogers, commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Joel McConnell. I'm the vice chairman of the Elko CAB. I've been on the CAB since 2019, and the elk management subplans and the need for revision have been discussed every year at our CAB meetings. As Jim mentioned, the Elko CAB fully supports the adoption of alternative 3. We appreciate the department's willingness to look for the best approach going forward. And we believe that alternative 3 is a more modern approach that will allow for frequent updates in the future. It'll provide opportunity for all interested parties to provide input, and it'll evolve into an efficient process that would circumvent the bureaucracy issues that we have with alternative 2. I believe the commission, the department, the CABs, the general public, I think we all recognize that these elk management plans, the statewide and the subplans, are considerably outdated. I'd like to reference, as Cody mentioned, the Goose Creek management area, 7671, 79081 is a perfect example of why we need an efficient process to update these elk management plans. When that population objective was set in the subplan, it was established at 1,070 elk. At that time, the population of the elk was estimated at 150 elk in that area. Several years ago, as you saw in that chart in 2015, we reached a point where that elk herd in that management area was well over double the management objective. Right. So that resulted in a significant increase in the cow elk tags to bring the population down in line with the management objective, which then in turn led to a very large increase in the number of bull tags that we had to issue to manage that bull to cow ratio. The result was a dramatic decrease in the average age class of the bulls harvested and a much lower overall hunter experience. I don't have the chart in front of me, but I think the last time we measured the average age class of the bull harvested during that period, the average bull harvested was 3.4 years old, right? So after a very painful process to bring that elk population down in line with the objective, just a few short years later, we find ourselves right back into the same situation where that elk objective or that elk herd is now twice the management objective again, right? So we're back to a point where the department's now forced to recommend significant tag increases for cow, spike, and bull elk tags in this unit group again. So we're back to the point where we're going to destroy the age class of the bulls. We're going to lower the hunter's satisfaction for the years to come. And that's not just this unit group. I'm just using that one unit group as an example, but that's pretty consistent across what we're seeing in a lot of these hunt unit groups here in Elko County. So that's part of the reason for our push to revisit some of these quotas, right? The population objectives, so that we can manage it. Obviously, these elk are telling us that, hey, twice in the last 10 years that they've reached a population double our objective, even though we're still managing them every year, right? They're exploding well above our management objective. At our CAB meeting in April, that was discussed at length by the CAB and the general public. And just so you guys understand, the reason that the CAB didn't put forth quota changes at that time was in direct relation to the fact that we're recognizing that the department has to manage to these objectives. We're trying to change those objectives. And that's the only reason why we haven't been pushing harder on some of these quotas, right? The department, as they mentioned, they also have a number of tools to mitigate the conflict with elk on private land. And they've done a great job implementing these tools when and where appropriate, right? So I think these programs have continued to be main contributing factors to the increase in the landowner tolerance for elk. So for these reasons, we strongly recommend that the commission consider adopting that alternative 3 immediately, and then proceed with setting some sort of expectations or dates to where that we can revisit those population objectives immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, thank you. My name is Wyatt Mesna. I'm from the Elko CAB as well, but I'm actually here speaking on behalf of my neighbors today and whatnot, because the consensus of the CAB might differ a little bit from some of the landowners that are around us. And they asked me to be here because they couldn't do it. And so even though we did what we did, and I agree with what was said based on the CAB, I still have to forward these comments that when I got on the CAB in 2015, the elk numbers were at their peak, and seeing all the different ways that we used to get the numbers down, it was quite messy at times and not the happiest of occasions at times during our meetings. All the landowners that I talked to in the area have just been waiting for the time to be right. And I think that the mood between the department and the landowners is as good as it ever has been, and probably maybe it'll ever get. And I do agree that moving forward, we can do some really neat things. My neighbor's concern is that is option 3 going to allow us to make these necessary changes? Because I spoke with several people that were on the teams from 30 years ago that came up with these ideas, and they knew 30 years ago maybe we didn't quite get this right. All 3 of those people that I spoke with when I was put on the boards, they all said, don't open that can of worms. You're not going to like it. Within the past couple of days, I called those very same people, and all 3 of those people said, this is the right time. Let's do it all again so that we can make these necessary tweaks and changes. So I don't know where we sit with all of this interaction, but those same folks that were on that board 30 years ago were not even aware that you guys had tackled the state management plan. So I think there is some disconnect here. The folks on the ground are ready, but they didn't even know that you guys had dove into it. So we do have some disconnects here. Now, all of those folks I've talked to are not a single one of them is opposed to seeing more elk on the landscape. Not a single one. As long as we can address some fine tuning of these elk incentive programs. There's some big misconceptions that those elk incentive programs help all landowners, and they really don't. They help the big guys, and the big guys have been able to capitalize on these and make them actually profitable, not just get compensated from their efforts and how they're put out by the elk, but they're actually making a profit from it. And then the small landowners don't even get to tap into it whatsoever. So there's not a ton of feedback because the folks that are applying for the programs, for lack of better terms, are fat and happy. The small landowners that can't quite qualify for these programs are pretty quiet. And they've been looking forward to this point in time to actually open this back up and make some small tweaks, not huge ones. But just like the fund that Cody was talking about on the board, some of those funds we believe should be able to stretch beyond the private property a little bit to some simple fact of adding cattle guards that I don't think any sportsman in the room would be disappointed to come across a cattle guard instead of a wire gate that might get left open, and then the landowner has a lot of work ahead of them. So the hesitation from all of my direct neighbors is that, can these other issues be addressed in option 3? Because all of those folks that told me 10 years ago when I was on the cab, when I got put on the cab, don't open that can of worms, it's not worth it. They're all willing to open that can of worms. And hopefully they're there when the rubber meets the road. We won't know. But all of these folks, like I said, they were kind of caught off guard that this was even underway. So I think we do have some communication issues going on. The relationships are there. They're all there. Great relationships with all the biologists. We're doing really good things, and nobody's asking for the world to be turned upside down. But for the folks that live in the backyard with these elk in Elko County are not merely looking at objectives. They're wanting a little bit of a give and take. Nobody, not a single person, like I said, is opposed to having a few more elk on the landscape. But massaging the system is what's being asked of by the folks around me. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chrissy Pope, Nye County CAP. We chose option 3. We would like to increase our elk herd in our unit 16 and 17. We feel that the habitat and landscape down there would, our herd could definitely grow with this option. And we're pretty excited to see this information. Thank you.
I'm Gardner Davis, and I'm a landowner in 077. I've got 847 acres in there. My kid owns 640, and I have a neighbor that owns 640 next to me, which we're all in support of increasing the elk herds. And option 3 would be a lot better than a bureaucratical long-term deal where it takes 3, 5, 10 years to get anything done. My property that I have was the first wildlife easement with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation in Elko County. Okay, so I'm a hunter. My whole family is. I believe in giving back to the wildlife. In drought years, I pump up to 1 million gallons of water just for wildlife. I don't run cattle. I graze them periodically. Have the wine cup come in and graze for 10 days, bring 5,000 head in and get them out of there, which keeps the ground healthy, keeps it more palatable for the wildlife. I've owned the property for 25 years. I've lived up there now. This is my 5th year. So I'm out 10-mile unmaintained driveway, just due south of the Wine Cup headquarters. Okay. I've got meadows, I've got ponds and all that, and I keep it maintained primarily for wildlife. Back when I bought the property, and probably up until about 15 years ago, that area had over 3,000 head of elk in it when Joey Williams ran it. Okay, when Carrie Hubner came on board with the Department of Wildlife, she issued a lot of tags and shot it down to 1,200. Prior to that, you could go out anywhere in that unit, 076 through 081, and see 30, 50 bulls a day in different areas that were 350 to 400 inch, which means you got an 8-year-old age class and up. Today, with the way we keep slaughtering this elk herd, every time we get above a certain little number, you're lucky today to go out and kill a 330 bull. And after this year's harvest, I bet the average is going to be 300. And your age class is going to go in the toilet. It already is. I see it on my own property. 15, 20 years ago, I had 100 to 200 elk that would rut on my property on 647 acres. Today, I have 30 to 50. Okay, last year was a normal rut to me. Had 30 cows, had about 8 bulls, It was pretty good. The year before that, there was 30 elk, 15 bulls, and 15 cows. There was 15 bulls fighting for 15 cows. And I literally watched. None of the bigger bulls. There was a couple 350s in there. None of them bred. The raghorns did the breeding. There goes your genetics right out the window. You've got to have a healthy elk herd versus just having, we're getting to a point now where we're killing them all. And I actually, CJ, the biologist, gave him kudos this year because instead of just annihilating a cow herd again, he went after the bulls as well, which in the past we've killed more cows than bulls, and you end up with real bad, counts. If you want to look at it.
Yeah. It is the 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Jake Romanos for the record. I'd have to agree with, what everybody else has come up here and said, and I think they worded it very well. Just from the public standpoint, I think our amazing elk hunting is kind of almost focused more towards Central Nevada in 11, 22, and 12. I think up here up north, our elk have definitely fallen prey to, that swing in the objectives. I think option 3 would be, an amazing alternative to help us out up here north so we can have that trophy quality that Central Nevada has. And as you can see, landowners are on board with it, and so are the sportsmen. And I've been one of those at the CAB meetings that's been pushing for this. So I'd encourage you guys to go with alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tony Bizzetti for the record. I'm an Elko County resident. I come from both sides of it though. I'm a rancher with family with stake in the game in 076 as far as deeded acres and in the past land incentive tags. And I'm also a sportsman, trophy hunter, and guide. Been coming to the Elko County meetings for a long time, the April one. First time I met CJ, I was probably on him a little bit on some of this, but I said I would come on there. I know what he's up against managing these elk herds. But I was witness as a sportsman and my family as landowners of what happened in 2015 when they had to up the tags, because she was up against the quotas. I think we did a lot then to help Utah and Idaho's elk population because we blew a whole bunch of them that way that haven't came back. But I also seen the quality of elk hunting go down, down, down. And now as it's starting to come back a little bit, we're coming back up against it. And I don't want to see what's happened there turn around and happen again on that. And that's why I think this alternative 3 that the Elko County CAB is talking about is the right approach. Wyatt hit on it too. I think, having the flexibility, and I'll use my father-in-law, when they were getting the incentive tags there, they were doing a lot, developed a solar well on their property, a lot of water development that not only helps the livestock, also helps the wildlife. And, $14,000 or something for a small landowner on there is a lot of money to help out on projects and keep the tolerance for elk. And our family's all in favor of it, not only as sportsmen, but they don't bother us on that. And I think it's important to, have the flexibility through these plans where we can make adjustments. And, nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. And, back in 97 or whatever, probably 150 elk seemed like a lot and 1,000 seemed like infinity, but we certainly got there fast and it's went. So I definitely think that we should be supporting alternative 3 like the Elko County CAB's recommended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Marcus, White Pine County. We discussed this quite a bit. We are definitely in favor of number 3. We feel that it's I think I was back on the board when all this started, and it's never changed. We need to move forward. We need to do something. But either way, if it goes up, it goes down. We got to get some quality back out there. We're losing our age class. We're starting to drop. So if we could go with Amendment 3, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Mike Stevens, and I'm listening to a lot of these people here. And I think we're getting the cart before the horse. We're not here to talk about numbers or any of that stuff. We're here to talk about a tool for managing elk for the state of Nevada. And this is long past due. We should have had these conversations years ago. I feel like option 3 is a great tool for whatever purpose we need to manage elk in the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Gowan. I just wanted to reiterate some of what Wyatt said and a few other people in here about the landowner tag program and these units. As an outfitter, I, talked to a lot of ranchers, about possibly buying tags or selling tags. And then a lot of the guys I talked to that are smaller outfits, they just don't get in on the program very consistently. It's kind of like they're just right under the number on a lot of times on a yearly basis, maybe get a tag 1 out of 4 years, or some of them never get a tag. Or then you look at, some of the landowners are so big, they're getting 15 or 20 of those tags. And I think it would go a long way to promoting more acceptance of the elk and cultivating those herds, and just if more people were allowed to participate in that program a little easier. The other thing is they might have those elk on their property or on their grazing areas for a significant amount of time, but if they don't schedule, or that person that's counting those animals doesn't get out there quick enough or at the right time, then those elk might move off of there. They lost their entire opportunity to obtain that tag. So just, in the instance of just, making elk more acceptable, to everyone involved in the community and the entire unit, just a modification to that program would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment here in Elko? All right. Seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom? And again, just to reiterate, if you do have public comment, a couple of things: hover over the heart, which will give you the option to then raise your hand. And then when you are up, if you would please state your full name for the record.
Marshall Evertson for the record. Just reiterating the support for option 3. Going through these processes every year makes a lot more sense than 30-year-old archaic plans that people don't even know what's in them anymore, and they're just not relevant to the current landscape and the social dynamics of all the landowners involved, the sportsmen involved. So number 3 just makes the most sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So with that, I'll bring it back to the commission for any other comments or questions. I did have a question for you, Cody, and that is, as it relates to this notion that's been brought up a couple of times, the need to work on the elk incentive program, and does option 3 then allow us to address some of those issues as well?
Chairman Rogers, Cody McKee for the record. So option 3, this is specific to adjusting population objectives. It's not tied to the incentive program. Now, within the statewide plan revision, we can discuss the need to reevaluate how the incentive program operates and being able to better accommodate some of those smaller operators. But even then, it's a regulatory change if we make changes to like the specifics of how that program runs. So there's more to it than commission regulation. And that also goes with the elk damage program, there's some more regulations associated with that and how we can spend money specific to Mr. Mesna's comments. But I'm more than willing to have a discussion about how we can make things better for everybody involved.
So are you saying then that those types of changes are a legislative change?
I think commission regulation in our NRS, NAC.
Okay, so it is something that we can address at the commission level.
That's correct.
Okay. Easy enough. And, again, getting ahead of ourselves here, but clearly something, I mean, if through this process of reevaluating the elk plan, that those items are outdated as well and need to be adjusted, I'm certainly open to looking at that stuff and making whatever recommendations and changes and working with all, interested parties on that to come up with something that works. So absolutely.
I mean, just to reiterate, the elk incentive program wasn't even fully adopted in 1997 when the elk plan was developed, but it was identified as a need. And I could very much see these other items as being something that we can address within that to steer the department towards.
All right, good. Yes, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I guess I'm in favor of the alternative 3. I was not real active when they did these elk plans, but I know a lot of the people in the industry that were, and then it was not a real fun time for anybody to have to go through. And I think since that time, we've learned a lot about elk management. We didn't have the numbers then. I don't think the department had the historical knowledge they have now, as well as the landowners. There's not the fear of the elk anymore like there were before. So I think we've progressed a long ways in this. And so I think we move ahead with alternative 3 and adjust it as we go. I think anymore you need to have the flexibility with any kind of management, go ahead and make the decisions that you need to do for everybody's best interest. And I think as far as addressing, landowner concerns on these programs, I think we have that tool to do that right now at the commission level and legislatively if we have to. And given the relationships now, I know between the livestock industry and the department, I feel comfortable with where we are there. So I too am in favor of alternative 3, and I think this is the best route to take at this point in time.
All right, good. Yes, Director Janae.
Yeah, if we could, I'd just like to provide or get Deputy Director Caleb McAdoo to provide a little bit more clarification as far as the regulations, because I want to make sure that we're addressing that appropriately, because there is both the guiding NRS and then the ANAC that the commission has authority over on some of those elk programs. So I'll pass it to him.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
For the record, Caleb McAdoo, Deputy Director. So NRS 502.142 is what really establishes, the incentive, special incentive tags, and goes through and talks about damages, but really broadly talks about those key tenets of those programs, such as, establishing the criteria for the issuance of tags and talking about damage. There are regulations, using that NRS as the bounds that the commission has authority to operate within. But a lot of this, we need to be certain that a lot of this is absolutely tied to NRS and would require a legislative change if you wanted to make substantive changes outside of the existing program.
Okay.
My interpretation.
Yeah. Yes, Director Janae.
Thank you again for the record, Alan Janae. And so I think one of the things we can easily do is we can bring back those relevant NRSs and NACs for the commission, so that you guys are aware of what that guidance is and what the commission has put in place. and to help these conversations in the future.
All right, perfect. Good. Yeah. Deputy McAdoo.
Yeah, and if I may add, I do think, depending on what the flavor of the commission is, looking back into the key stakeholders that were identified in that 2006 document, I think it's important that the department maintains good communication regardless of what process is ultimately decided. We want to make sure and engage those folks, make sure they're aware of any change that might occur. And this is certainly, we actually view this as an opportunity to increase stakeholder involvement and think it would actually allow for broader stakeholder involvement, maybe at again, more broad scale, but we want to make sure that all those traditional folks are definitely aware of any changes that happen.
Perfect. Good. All right. And then just for myself, same thing, having heard and everybody today and read through all of the materials, I am definitely comfortable with alternative 3. It seems like the most logical, that gives us the flexibility on a much sooner timeline to make adjustments as need be. So I am very supportive of alternative 3. And to Deputy Director McAdoo's point, this stakeholder involvement, I think, is going to be a big key. So whatever means of communication to get that out there, to let folks know to get involved. Hopefully, I wasn't involved 30 years ago, but hopefully those wounds have healed and people are ready to get back into it again. So anyway, yes, Mr. Espinoza.
Yeah, just one more thing. Thank you, Chairman Roger. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator, for the record. Just wanted to clarify one thing that I think I heard come up from one of the members of the public with respect to the statewide management plan. We are just in that 50% draft phase, so it is in the early phases of development. So, and as Cody mentioned, our objective is to finish that plan by the end of the year. So there's quite a bit of time left to be able to have input into that plan. So it's by no means complete.
Okay, good. Yes, Mr. Commissioner Walther.
Yeah, I'm not gonna keep kicking it down the road here, but I do support alternative 3 as well. I would like to see, in the context of the elk management plan, the discussion around what regulations may be able to be changed, what statutory changes need to be looked at. So I think that's a good time to be doing it.
All right. Anybody else? Any other thoughts, questions, motion? I'll entertain them all. Yes, Commissioner Gavilia.
Everybody's sleepy after lunch, including me. I'll just make a motion. So I'm going to make a motion, and I guess let me know if this is correct, but in the development of the new elk management plan, we'll direct the department to use alternative 3 as presented. Is that
Sorry,
two different
apologies.
items?
I was thrown in confusion. Are you guys still able to take public comment on this topic? Okay.
But does that make sense, Cody? We're going to go with alternative 3 in the development of the elk plan. That's my proposed motion.
All right. Everybody okay with that? All right. So we've got a motion from Commissioner Gavilia. We have a second from Commissioner Bourne. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right. That motion carries. All right. Moving on to agenda item number 11. This is Heritage Project Extension Request. Committee Chairman Tom Barnes. For possible action, the Commission will review recommendations and may approve extensions requests from projects approved in previous fiscal year. A total funding amount of $883,193.97 may be approved for extension. So, Commissioner Barnes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had our Heritage Committee meeting yesterday afternoon. Looked at a number of these agenda items that we're about ready to talk about, but the first one was the extension request. We looked at went through all the requests and did not have any issues with them. And so the committees, I guess what we're sending to the commission to approve is to approve as presented by the department. We had no issues with it.
All right. With that, any questions at all by the commission regarding, again, some of these project extension requests? All right. Seeing none, this is an action item, so let me take it out to any public comment here in Elko on agenda item 11.
Dan Gilbert, Vice Chair, Clark County CAB. Just for the record, I wanted to put on that the Clark County CAB was unanimously in favor of all the heritage items that were coming up on the agenda. And because I may not be able to be in attendance tomorrow, I wanted to say that our agenda, for the most part, mirrored your agenda. And we were unanimously in favor of everything except for the thermal and camera. And then it was unanimous against the regulations for the coyote calling contest seasons and requirements there for licensing. So just for the agenda, thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment here in Elko on agenda item number 11? All right. Seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion, questions, or a motion.
All right, then I'll make a motion. I would move to approve the Heritage Project extension request as recommended by the Heritage Committee.
All right. So we have a motion from Commissioner Barnes and a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with aye? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. That carries. All right. We'll move on to agenda item number 12. This is Heritage Funding Reallocation. Committee Chairman Tom Barnes for possible action. The Commission will review Heritage Committee recommendations and may approve reallocation of any unused heritage funds from previously approved projects to other previously approved projects from the same fiscal year. A total funding amount of 0 may be approved for reallocation. So with that, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, this one was pretty simple. There was nothing
simple.
There was nothing to reallocate. And so our recommendation was that we approve the recommendation of $0.
All right. Easy enough. Any questions from the commission on that? Yeah, Commissioner Walther?
I was just going to make a motion.
Do we need to send that out for public comment real quick?
Yeah, technically.
Yes. Hey, you never know. Any public comment here in Elko with regards to agenda item 12? Seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for Commissioner Walther.
I would make a motion that the commission approve the reallocation of $0.
All right.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Walther and a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? I think that's the least amount of money we have approved since I've been on the commission. All right. Let's see. Moving on to agenda item 13, fiscal year 2026 Heritage Project proposals for possible action. Committee Chairman Tom Barnes. The commission will hear recommendations from the Heritage Committee and may take action to approve up to $2,199,756.70 for projects submitted for fiscal year 2026 from the annual year project funds. In addition, the commission may take action to approve up to $278,440.38 for projects submitted for fiscal year 2026 from the principal balance for a total of $2,478,197. Funding requests are listed below and may be approved by the commission. So with that, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one took a little bit more time. because we had a bunch of really good projects submitted and we had more projects than we had money to allocate. So after discussion, we were all in agreement and we were going to fund project 01 through 18 projects. The Tonkin, if we cut it off there, the Tonkin Reservoir Wildlife project. However, that project is number 2. I can't, where's Matt? What's the name of that, of the program that is number 2? Basically, it's in line for more, it's number 2 in line for funding. So that project, there's funding available for that from other accounts besides the Heritage. So that it's a good, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Matt Glenn for the record, Habitat Specialist. Just for clarification, that is the boating access grant.
I'm sorry, it's a
boating access grant.
Okay.
This number 2 priority in the state for.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, there is funding available. It's just won't be through the Heritage. The other project we looked at, we felt it didn't quite meet the qualifications as well for this Heritage. So that's what we funded. We are going to have to, that is a little bit more money than we had, so we're going to have to dip in to the principal. I think it's 14,743. But we thought with the quality of the projects, rather than have to shave some off, that Heritage account is really in pretty good shape. And that's not a lot of money to have to pull out of there. And so the Heritage Committee's recommendation would be to fund the Wildlife Heritage proposals 1 through Project 18.
Okay. And I apologize, Commissioner Barnes. What was the amount of overage again? 14,000?
We're at 14,743.30.
And is that reflective in these the numbers that were listed above there?
It is. Okay. Yeah, if you add everything together and then subtract what we're allocated to spend, that's where you would come up with that dollar amount.
Okay, perfect. Good. Yeah, Commissioner Gaviglio.
Just real quick, Chairman, it's the last 2 projects. If you do the math, which we did yesterday, those, when you take those 2 out, that generates the $14,000 excess that needs to come out of the principal amount. It's just those 2 projects that we recommended dropping.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Any questions at all from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Walther. Oh, okay. Geez. Thought you were ready for a motion again. All right. Seeing none, let's send this out for any public comment here in Elko. Any public comment here in Elko on agenda item 13? All right. Seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or questions or a motion. All right, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay. I would move to accept the Wildlife Heritage Project proposal submitted for fiscal year 26 as recommended from the Heritage Committee.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Barnes and a second from Commissioner Walther. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right. Moving on to agenda item 14. This is fiscal year 2026 Habitat Research and Management Project Proposal. Committee Chairman Tom Barnes for possible action. The commission will hear recommendations from the Heritage Committee and may take action to approve up to $373,111 for projects submitted for fiscal year 2026. Funding requests are listed below and may be approved by the commission. So, Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, this was new this year. This came from when you check the box whether you wanted your predator fee to go to predators or to to habitat and research. So that's where this came from. So it's a little bit different than the heritage. So I had to change my way of thinking a little bit, because when I'm thinking heritage, I'm thinking on the ground projects, getting stuff done. This is a little different where we talk about looking at research and whatnot. So we were presented with 4 projects, and we agreed that they were all worthwhile after some discussion back and forth, but recommend that we fund the 4 projects presented today.
Right, perfect. Good. Any questions from the commission regarding agenda item 14 here? Questions, comments? All right. Seeing none, I will take this one out for any public comment as well. So any public comment here in Elko on agenda item 14? All right, seeing none, how about any public comment via Zoom? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any other questions, comments, motion. Commissioner Walther.
I would make a motion to approve fiscal year 2026 Habitat Research Management projects as presented.
All right.
A second.
All right. So with that, we have a motion from Commissioner Walther. We have a second from Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor with aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries. And we will move on to agenda item 15. Agenda item 15 is public comment period for informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So with that, any public comment here in Elko?
This is a Karen Tilo, Washoe County resident. It's my understanding that 2 commissioners are leaving, and I will not be able to make the meeting tomorrow to say goodbye. So I'm going to give my comments today, this afternoon. Commissioner Barnes and Commissioner McNinch, thank you very much on behalf of my friends, my family, myself, for your dedication and your service to the state, to the people, and especially to wildlife. I am personally, I know Commissioner McNinch a little bit better, and it goes back to the trapping regulation days when he confronted me severely on my demeanor and my ability to interact with sportsmen. And that's one of the best things about Commissioner McNinch is he confronted us all to be better advocates for wildlife, whether it was sportsmen or activists. And I'm really going to miss that. Your knowledge is unparalleled, and you're a portrait of courage in the face of conflict and turmoil. And thank you so much for everything that you've done. I do want to congratulate you. You've left quite a legacy in the last 20 years or so. You've left a legacy of diplomacy, a legacy of standing up for your beliefs and your values, and a legacy of working together across the aisle, across different types of people, different type groups. But your main objective was wildlife and how people interact with wildlife. And I'm really going to miss that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chrissy Pope with the Nye County CAB. I am the chair for the Nye County CAB, and I have a new CAB member, and I didn't think to get with Linda to update our new CAB member, so he didn't get the agenda. And so he had went on to the website looking for the agenda and support materials for our CAB meeting. I come from a very small Tonopah, small elderly community, and the website is just not user friendly for the elderly. Even this young gentleman, he sent me multiple pictures of, he typed in commission meeting, commissioners, just agendas. Nothing would come up. It kept on coming up. September of 2023 commission. He sent me multiple. So going back to earlier talking about where the lack of communication, I think that we need to take a look at that because the website just isn't user friendly. And maybe we can simplify that a little bit. And because then when you scroll down a little bit, it goes from 23 to 25 back to 23. I mean, it's just from an elderly community and stuff. It's really disheartening that they can't find the agenda and support materials or even my new cab member. And I made sure to get with Linda so that he's put on that list and stuff. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it's been brought to my attention multiple times and stuff. And I keep forgetting to bring it up. So thank you guys.
No, thank you. All right. Any other? Yes, Director Janae.
Just real quick, I always got to give in my spiel at this meeting. It's one of the greatest meetings as far as putting work on the ground. These, heritage funds, now this habitat research monitoring, tomorrow will be duck and upland. But you contemplate the amount of money that is coming from Sportsman that is reaching the ground by these special accounts and the funds that are being derived from Sportsman as they purchase their licenses and as we sell these heritage tags. And it's nothing short of amazing. There are a few of us left of the old time Endowners and now folks that lived in an era when we didn't have these funds. And it was absolutely pulling teeth to try to find special funding to go towards, projects and trying to get the work done on the ground. And so I just wanted to acknowledge what you guys did here just in heritage and habitat research management or habitat research and management. I think that's about $2.8 million that's going on the ground just today, just in that very concise decision-making process that you guys did. Thanks to the leadership of Commissioner Barnes on the Heritage Committee. And I got to say is after all the years of working with Tom on the Heritage Committee as the old Habitat Chief, we'll definitely miss that leadership and that willingness to be that focused on getting those dollars on the ground. But I just wanted to acknowledge again these funds and just what a difference maker they are in the conservation of wildlife resources state of Nevada. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director Janae. And you're right. I'm glad you pointed that out. We've been here a long time. We kind of breezed through that like it was a hot knife through butter and not a lot of discussion. However, a lot of work behind the scenes from the Heritage Committee and all those members. But yeah, the dedication of sportsmen and women. So I appreciate you taking the time and acknowledging that. I mean, that's a lot of money that's going directly on the ground here for Nevada's wildlife. So thank you for that. And again, thank you to Commissioner Barnes and the Heritage Committee for their good work, because there's a lot of discussion I know that goes into each and every one of those items. And as we saw from the agenda, I mean, there was a whole slew of different projects and they get in the weeds on every single one of those projects and vet each one of them. So anyway, so thank you for that. All right. With that, how about any public? Yes, Commissioner Caviglia.
So I won't be here tomorrow. So I want to take my opportunity to attend the meeting. I want to thank Tom and Dave. This is like kind of the sad part of the commission when people have to get off because you develop friendships and you've worked with the people I've worked with both of them now for 7 years. I have the absolute utmost respect for both of them. They both have a substantial institutional knowledge of what we do here on the commission. I mean, I think it's a big loss for the commission, but I understand getting off of it as well. But I just want to say I thank you both. It is a thankless job. I think we up here know it. I think there's a lot more thought and work that goes to it that I think most of the public recognizes on our side. And I think for all of us, and I do just want to thank you both for your commitment to the Wildlife Commission. I think you've done a lot for the wildlife in the state of Nevada. So thank you guys. And I do want to point out with Dave, I think Dave has taken a lot of arrows and stones that I don't think were necessarily warranted. I think Dave came from a good place on a lot of his decisions. You know, we all up here, I think we had a great commission. We could agree to disagree on items, and there was no, you know, when we walked away from it, we were all still friendly. But I know Dave was true to his, he was committed to what, you know, what he believed in, and he stuck behind it. And he took a lot to stand behind his convictions, I guess. And I really do appreciate that, Dave. So, and I know you and I had agreed to disagree on a handful of items, and at the end of the day, we were still, it was just, we came from different places. So, but yeah, thank you both. I won't be able to do that tomorrow. So.
All right. Thank you for that, Commissioner Cavilla. The last item we do have, want to send it out for any public comment via Zoom real quickly as well, if we happen to have any final public comment there. All right. Seeing none, I will say we are adjourned for today. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.